Da 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 da.
You got my name, so
Hawa,
Tuti.
Hawa. Hey, pura vida. Much love and respect. Thanks for tuning in. Once again, appreciate everybody. Shout out to everybody in the live chat. All right. We're gonna go ahead and do another episode of genealogical stories. We're doing public genealogies, with volunteers. And so today we have another volunteer. Um, Uh, Go ahead and introduce Elise. Go ahead and say hi. We have Elise here, Bennett Johnson.
Yes, except that's Bennett with two T's, two E's, two N's, two T's. You got one up there on the screen. I'm
Okay,
Elise. I'm from Compton. I'm actually from the west side of Compton, same neighborhood as Kendrick, but I'm an Army brat, so I've grown up different states, different countries.
awesome, awesome. So,
Yeah, and I
thank you.
currently live in Ecuador for the
Well,
last 6 years.
thanks for volunteering. Appreciate you doing that. Uh, for not just for you, but to help everybody as well. And so you're pretty excited what you're gonna find. Like you have a lot of stories in your family, right? About different
Yes,
ancestors.
yes,
You
I'm
want to go
very
through
excited.
some? What did you
Um,
hear? What did you hear?
okay. For one thing, well, I didn't hear, but I know that Jackie Robinson is one of my grandma's cousins. Then I've heard about Richard Roundtree, but exactly what his relationship is. Then I have another little cousin who was also his name is DJ Daniels. He was on the Hughley show. Um, and I have different artists in my family, some Microsoft tech guy, and supposedly related to one of the presidents. I forget which one, but yeah, the
Okay.
and the storyline from at least is what my family has down so far is a gentleman, either Thomas and Simon Hadley, because we believe they both had children with some of the women that were in America when they came. And it is noted. And I'm just really trying to find the maternal line of my family. I'm really excited about that, especially since my mom passed when I was 6.
Okay. Yeah. So that's unfortunate. Sorry to hear that. And so we'll definitely try to, find as much as we can. Uh, Hopefully, the information that you have helps, and we can get through, to those parts, those stories that you have, and find these people and all that. All right. So what I have in my screen right now, just for everybody to remind everybody that's coming in, we have a playlist. I have a playlist, a series called Genealogical Stories, and of course, this would be today would be episode 26, right? So we have so many other genealogies we've done, like W.E.B. Du Bois, Jabari's genealogy. We got Sarah Rector, the richest colored girl. We got Tupac's genealogy, Nat Turner's, Michael Jackson, Harriet Tubman, and then we get some biblical people here and some Irish legendary kings and queens. We got Beyonce and Jay-Z. We got Keanu Reeves, LeBron James, James Brown, Chris Brown. Got three parts of the Chris Brown. We got Thomas Jefferson and his family with Sally Hemings. And we got Silas Jefferson, the
Okay.
Creek Indian chief, and so on and so on. So make sure you catch up. We got Malcolm X's, Muhammad Ali. All right. P. Diddy. Yeah. And no
He
Diddy
did he
though,
right?
but no Diddy, 100%. And
Not
and
at all.
so we're gonna do episode 26 with Elise today. So thank you for again volunteering. We're gonna get right to it. And again, I like to really start from scratch. I do want to remind everybody that not just if you want to get help or volunteer to do this publicly, the info you should have, to help yourself or anybody that's going to help you with your genealogy, and so you can get good hints and accuracy is your info, your parents, and all for your grandparents, if you can, you know. And if you can go even further than your grandparents and you got info on your great grandparents and so on, even better, right? So the info that you should have at least is very basic stuff. It's like full names, like your grandparents' full names, right? Your parents' full names, birth and death years, right? Birth and death years, and locations of birth and death. That's It might be hard for some of you to get this information. Um, some of the ages you can estimate based on the children. We can do a educated and software you can put about. I'll show you guys. And so, locations of birth and death very important, just to single out, specify the person you're looking for. For the algorithms can give you good hints, and not anybody else named that in any other place of the United States. So I hope that helps. We're gonna start with Elise. Okay. So you're Elise Bennett,
I'm
right?
Elise Carrie Bennett. Uh-huh.
Okay. Okay. So Carrie, is that with a
Yes.
C or?
Carrie.
Okay. And then Bennett, and your mom is Johnson, right?
Yes.
Okay. So we'll add that eventually. So, and what is your date of birth?
July 10th, 1975.
You said July 10th, right?
Yes, July 10th,
Okay.
1975.
And you said you were born in Compton, or where exactly?
No,
Los
I was
Angeles?
actually born in Los Angeles at UCLA Hospital.
Okay.
2 T's. You keep forgetting the T off my name. You trying to make me French so bad, and we ain't even got started.
So how do I spell the name?
Bennett.
Okay.
2 T's.
2 T's. Yep. So Bennett, I don't know if you've seen my videos on a lot of the origin of the name Bennett, right?
Does it come from like Benedict, Saint Benedict or something?
Well, that's one of the very basic explanations, but also a lot of Bennetts were Sephardic Jews, and it goes back into Baruch. Bennett,
well,
Baruch
I mean, I
blessed.
would believe it. Because, I mean, my grandpa did tell me one time, and he was a preacher, that it was a sin to be broke. So, I mean, I wouldn't doubt it. They'd be kind of mad at me because I don't just scam for no damn reason. I feel like not an apology. If y'all listening, that's what I feel.
Okay. Let me, because I know you gave me all this info. I got it right here in my email. And you just confirm, if I'm spelling it right or whatever. Yep. So your dad is Ernest Frank Bennett, right?
Yes, the third. So he's real easy to trace back, at least.
Okay, well that'll definitely help if they have the same names, right?
Yeah, they do.
Okay, so that will make it easier. Is he still living, or has he passed away?
He's still living, that I know of.
Okay. And what is his birthday?
No, it's not spelled like that. It's ERNEST, no A.
Okay. Yeah, my fault. Thank you.
Now you're gonna make me English.
No, I literally put another different word there. I'm sorry.
I'm just teasing.
So, do you know his birthday?
His birthday is May 24th. I want to say about 53, 54. But he had twin brothers, so it should be easy to find.
Okay.
The two of them.
Okay, those things help for sure. So we put about 24th of May, 1953. And where was he born?
Los Angeles.
That's for sure?
I'm going to say yes.
You're going to say yes? Okay.
Yes, because if not, then it would be Corpus Christi, Texas.
Okay.
Because I know his dad was, I want to say lived and passed away in Corpus Christi. But he's lived lots of places. His dad actually has like a whole write-up by the the Texas Senate or something when he passed away.
Okay. And again, it gets like I told Keisha yesterday. It gets pretty personal when you're doing genealogy with someone. So like you say, he's still living. Is you guys don't communicate, or
No,
is okay?
we don't communicate, but I did send him the link and send him, send a message asking a few questions because one of the stories that he told me, I asked his sister about, and she said she never ever heard that story in her life. So I
Okay.
no clue.
Okay. So he had another spouse, Laura.
Yeah,
Okay.
he's had a couple of spouses.
Okay.
Yeah,
So,
one
but
before.
your mom is
He's had like
Joanna, right?
four. Yeah, my mom is Joanna.
Joanna Tannell Johnson.
Exactly.
Okay. I'm gonna add her real quick first.
Yeah. Yeah, because we don't want to get her confused. For some reason, my uncle named two of his children after one after my deceased mother, and another after my deceased sister.
And what is your mom's birthday? Do you know it?
I believe it is the 13th of December, 1954.
Okay. And you don't know exactly where she was born?
Los Angeles.
You think it was Los Angeles?
Yes, because my grandparents met in Los Angeles, in LA, in California.
Okay. So, in case anybody's wondering why I'm being so personal and asking, so me and her had a chat before we got on, and she did admit to me she didn't really know exactly where, but she thinks it was in Los Angeles. So that's where we're going with right now to see what we get, guys. So, but they might be from
And oh
somewhere else,
yeah,
right?
it would be Compton because at that time, Compton, I want to say Compton had a hospital.
You
I know the
you mean place
exactly
of
how many years.
you mean the death place?
No, I mean birthplace.
Oh,
My
okay.
mom passed away in Stuttgart, Germany, I believe, either Stuttgart or Frankfurt. We were living in Germany at that time, and I know we lived in
Okay.
Stuttgart and we lived in Frankfurt.
Okay. Do you remember about what date she passed away? What time?
I want to. It is between. I want to say it's between August and September of 1980 or 81. It is. So I'm going to say 81 because I was already 6, but my brother, whose birthday is the 27th of September, had not yet turned 4. He was still 3 when she passed away.
Okay. And that was in Los Angeles?
No, my mom passed away in Germany.
Oh, in Germany. Okay.
Yes. Stuttgart, either Stuttgart or Frankfurt, Germany.
Frankfurt. Sorry, that's what you were talking about. Okay.
Yeah.
Frankfurt.
It's all good.
Frankfurt.
I keep telling you, you don't have to apologize. You made me strong. You built me tough.
So Frankfurt, Germany. Okay. Is that Frankfurt? Yeah.
They both went to Centennial High School in Compton. I know that too.
Is her dad Floyd Glenn Johnson?
Yep, senior.
Okay.
Because her brother is junior.
Okay.
Actually trying to look because my cousin Joanna, her firstborn son is actually born on my mother's birthday.
Okay, so this is your other tree, huh? You have
Yeah.
okay. Let's see.
Oh wait, oh my goodness, sorry.
No worries.
I was like, trying to find a date for you. Yeah.
So the Floyd Glenn is basically a oral. That's because you know, right? That was your grandfather.
Yeah,
Okay,
I knew my grandpa. My mom
okay,
passed away. I was raised in between my maternal grandparents and my father to a
okay.
certain extent. And my dad's still alive. Where he lives, I have no clue. And his mother is still alive as well.
Okay.
But my grandfather, Floyd Glenn, has passed away. And he passed away in Apple Valley, California, where my grandmother still lives.
In 2015?
Yep.
Okay. So he was born in Sherman County, Texas?
Yep. He was from Sherman, Texas.
Okay. Do you know what year he might have been born? So your mom's
Between
about
32 or something. About
okay,
32 or something.
all right. So this is what I usually. So just because we don't want to leave it blank, right? So we know your mom was born around 54, 53?
Yes.
Okay.
And they were in their early 20s, I believe. So yeah, that's what I'm saying, about 30.
So about
30,
1930, yes. Well, 26 years
Yeah.
would be 1928. 34 years would be 1930. Let's want to go with 1930.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's usually what I put for dads. I gave him about
Yeah.
26 years. Usually it turns out to be pretty close.
Yeah. And my mom passed away when she was 28, I believe.
So you had November 7th. Is that his date of birth?
28. Yeah, his birthday. No. His birthday is the 17th. My paternal grandmother's birthday, Eunice, her birthday is the 7th. His birthday is the 17th.
17th of what?
November.
Okay. Okay. So now we're gonna add, the other records with his other marriage. I just wanted to add your mom first.
Okay. No worries. Oh, we're gonna add my dad's other wives?
It's the record. We're adding the record, not.
No, I'm just asking because I'm like trying to think if I remember all their names because I don't.
Yeah, I mean they come up. That's what I'm showing you.
That's why I asked. Well, okay.
Yeah,
after
Laura.
My mom, she was married before Laura. He had 2 other marriages. There was a Sonia. There was a woman named Sonia who ended up dead. Yeah, there was a woman named Sonia somewhere in the 80s, the mid to late 80s. And when Sonia passed away, I don't know, but she did have a son named Corey. So that would be, I know her name was Sonia. Other than that, I don't know nothing else about her because I did not like her. And then he had a wife named Paula. I graduated high school in 92, so he might have married her about 90, a woman named Paula. And I couldn't tell you when he married Laura. That Stephen is not it. Like his is literally Ernest Frank Bennett the third. Yeah.
So these names don't look familiar?
That's his dad. Yeah, that's his dad.
Okay, that's his dad.
I think I sent you that. Yeah. Is that the write-up or is that the obituary? The state also wrote it up.
This is like an obituary from the Corpus Christi Caller Times newspaper.
Okay, yeah.
And so, okay, so Junior would be the second, which is his dad. So he was reverend, right? His dad was a reverend.
Yeah, his dad was a reverend, and then his dad's dad, it says he was a doctor. See that Dr. Elder Ernest Bennett
Yeah.
underneath there? So, yeah.
And Julia Catherine, that's your great grandma's.
No, not at all.
Okay, that's his
That's
other
his
wife.
wife.
Okay.
Yeah. My dad's mom's name is Eunice.
Okay, we'll add the correct one.
Okay.
Booker T.
I think
Washington
that.
Elementary School. Okay. Frederick
Hmm.
Douglass Junior High. Okay. He went through all the prestige ones, huh? Whitley
Yeah,
High
they
School.
some Masons, some. You see, his dad had a doctorate back then, so they was into something.
Hmm.
He wrote books, and then you see he has a degree, and this was
Yeah.
all these other degrees and stuff. This man, yeah, he
Okay.
wrote books,
Pretty cool.
and it has honorary doctor, honorary
Hmm.
doctor, all that. That's why I be like, one day y'all just gonna give me my honorary because I do the work.
He did a lot of things.
Yeah.
He was the educational director of the NAACP, chairman of Equal Opportunities, Urban Leagues. He's a very important person.
Yeah, and it's weird the way they have that. It's weird the way they wrote like the living, like his children and stuff. Yeah, the ones that he had by my grandma. It's interesting the way they just leave certain women and their children just out. But whatever.
Do you hear any music at all in the background?
I do,
Okay. Okay.
and
It's not too loud?
his
Is it too loud or
no, it's not too
okay.
loud, and hopefully I don't mess this up because I am expecting a service technician this afternoon, and I think he did try to contact me, but I'm just gonna write him a message really quick.
Okay. We'll try to move as quick as possible. That's definitely not him right there, right?
Where? Which one?
Oh, that's the guy from San Antonio, Texas. That's not you. That's not your dad.
We're from like of a lot of my family still
He
lives
was,
in San Antonio on
yeah,
my
but
dad's side.
is he white?
Oh no,
Okay, yeah, that's not him.
no.
So there's a guy named Frank Bennett, is what I'm trying to explain to you. But
Yeah,
he's
no, I
not your
I
dad.
see it now. At first, I didn't see a picture. I
Yeah,
could just see the yearbook stuff.
yeah, yeah. So I'm just hitting no on these.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
Well, and if they had yearbooks, then I guess we would use whatever they had listed. But
It's pretty interesting that they're not giving me his parents, such a prominent person. Like it should be
right?
popping up. Yeah.
That's what I found. I'm like,
I
it
have a
says
theory
Dr.
as
Ernest
to
Bennett.
why, but
Why is he not showing up? Why is he not showing up where this man went to school? Anything. That's what I was like. Now, how do you have all this information about his son?
I have my theories, but I just reserve those.
Okay. Tell me your theory. I won't be offended.
No, it's just certain people or certain very important peoples. They don't really want you going up that line because it's going to prove that their whole narrative about black folks is a whole lie.
Which is why I want to push that line. I'm a line pusher.
The fact that he's the third and it's just a family tradition. These are very prominent black folks. You know, I don't think these people were ever enslaved. You know, like
I know that because one time my little brother was in jail, and it was after my grandfather passed away. My dad took whatever little Mason card, whatever that he had, and went in there with no appointment and seen my brother and came out.
Okay.
So I definitely will agree with that.
So because they're not giving us, this important person, director of education of the NAACP's parents, and all the stuff he did for the community, and all the institutions he attended. They're not giving us his parents. Like, it's kind of weird,
No,
but
they give you his parents. They list his parents. They say doctor,
yeah.
and then
Oh,
it says
that
elder.
was, yeah,
And
but that was on the obituary. That, and if we didn't read that obituary, we wouldn't know. Like, if I didn't have you,
that's
you know.
true.
So
That's true.
we're gonna add him. We're gonna add him for sure.
You're still spelling the name wrong, though.
Oh
You
yeah,
still keep adding
I
that
keep.
A.
I'm sorry. That's just a dyslexia thing.
Yeah,
I
don't
know
worry
how.
about it.
Ernest.
Don't
I'm
worry about it.
Ernest. My fault. Uh,
Exactly.
do you know his dad's like details, his birth details? The
I
second.
do not.
Okay.
I do not know his birth whatever was found,
All right.
because
Let's.
honestly, I didn't. Very oddly enough, a lot of my dad's California side of the family or whatever literally grew up in the same neighborhood, just streets over from me, and I didn't find out about them until I was grown. And they're literally like my second cousins or something,
Okay, but
like
what do
two
you
blocks
know?
over.
What do you know? Do you know he was born in Texas? Like, for sure?
I know that, yeah, I know they're born in Texas because with my
Okay.
dad, now there's this story that my dad told me about, and I don't know how many of the fathers down the line this was, but supposedly it was a gentleman from Holland that came over and married a free woman. And he told me about this time he was sitting somewhere with some folks, and then they started talking
So,
about
so
black folks,
you're talking about the
and it was
progenitor of the Bennetts? Is that what you're telling me?
possibly. But when I asked his sister about it, she had no idea. But I don't know if that's because they have different dads. Because I know my grandma Eunice had a few different husbands, and she has like 11 children, and I want to say there's at least 3 dads, and the older children, I don't know if they had the same dad as my dad, because when I was looking at my grandfather's obituary, they weren't listed as his children. And it was weird the way they did it, that even though my dad had a twin brother.
Is this your dad? They're giving me an Ernest.
Wilmington, probably at some point in time. Yeah. It's either my dad or my brother. Oh
This
no,
is
that
in
would have to be my dad and not my
Compton,
brother. I'm looking
Compton
here.
Centennial High School.
Yeah. Yep, that's him.
That's him.
That's
Okay.
him. Yeah. They got these crazy color eyes. They used to call him and his brothers the devil boys because they all were darker skinned with these light eyes.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep, that's my dad.
Okay.
And you'll find my mama Joanna Johnson in that same
Pimping. He
yearbook.
said, "Pimping ain't easy."
Man, I'm trying to tell you, he tells me stories about how him and his brothers used to beat up Suge and send him running home to his mama. And his older brother was best friends with Tuki at some point. So yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry if I sounded disrespectful. What I just said, my fault.
No, you did.
I was trying to give him props, but
He wouldn't even be disrespected. What do you
okay.
mean? Nobody's disrespected.
It's not
Nobody
even you.
feels
I'm just because we got thousands of people here, and some people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, this PC world has made it so everybody's so damn sensitive. They need like a pad and some Neosporin. I don't know what it is,
There he goes.
but I'm not worried about nobody else in the chat. I really.
Another picture of him right
Yeah,
there.
there are those the Johnsons all around. There are lots of Johnsons. My grandpa's side is deep because for my grandpa, I know I'm responding to the chat. My grandpa was the baby of, I think, 9 siblings. And there's legend has it that really his mom might not be his mom. The story we heard, it might be his oldest sister's his mom. But these people never really, oh yeah, they got football pictures of him and everything. That's hilarious. That's really funny. Yeah. He played football and all that stuff.
Yeah,
And then
so
I know they were all in the war. I did find something saying that Ernest Bennett too fought World War II, and his dad was in World War I. Some something like that. I did see that written down somewhere too. I wonder if we could have kept looking through that yearbook. You would have found my mom, a picture of my mom, Joanna,
oh,
in there.
probably. Yeah,
Yeah,
she's if she
they went to the same exact high school.
okay. So I'm just trying to see his death date and where. So it says
My dad's not dead. You won't find his
no, no,
death date.
no. I'm talking about
Oh,
his dad,
oh
Junior.
yeah, I'm not sure.
So he was born, it says here, on August 21st, 1921. You see that? In San Antonio, Texas. All
Hmm.
right. So I'm just gonna grab this info because we don't have it, right?
Yeah. So
Okay.
I started looking for who they had listed as his parents around the 1900s.
Hmm.
And it's no telling since the dad was a doctor, he might have been older and the mother might have been younger.
Yeah.
I've
So
come
most
across that
likely
quite often.
when I put the correct info for him, a lot of hints are gonna start popping up. So
Yeah. Remember the time, head ass. Who said Anthony Johnson? I have an uncle named Anthony Johnson. My yeah, my mama's youngest brother is Anthony. I
so
don't know which Anthony
did he
Johnson the chat is talking about.
did he pass away in Corpus Christi or in San Antonio?
Yes, Corpus Christi, I believe.
Okay.
But go ahead and look. So
That's what the newspaper's from.
okay, yeah. So I'm thinking it was Corpus Christi because whenever like my dad gives me like a home base, and that's like right on the borderline of Mexico.
Oh, yeah.
So back then, I'm sure it was Mexico. And especially if he's talking about somebody came over from Holland, that is like a port city, Corpus Christi is. Because I
Hmm.
looked at what tribes were in that area and all of all of that stuff a while back.
Hmm. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's the senior elder. So this is the elder born, it says, December 1st, 1888, Carnes, Texas, and passed away in 77 in San Antonio.
Yeah, that's the
Okay.
second. That's not the
So
first. That's the second. His dad was the first.
yeah,
Yeah,
so I'm gonna show
those
you.
ones
This
right
is the
there.
second. This is the first
Yeah.
right here, the one I just added.
Okay, so he was born in Carnes, Texas. It says.
Yeah, 1888. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
And then passed away in
Okay.
Okay. That's definitely him.
Yeah. So you said Julia's not your relative. That's his other wife.
No, that's one of his other wives.
Okay. We'll fix it then. You know his Ernest the third's your dad's mom's name?
Yeah. Her
Okay.
name is Eunice. Let me get it exactly.
Eunice. You had it in my email, right?
It's EUNICE.
Yep.
Beatrice BEATRICE Marshall. And her date of birth is November the 7th, 1927.
Okay.
in Miss Tracks because I know she's older than my maternal grandmother. And then I also have her
Um,
mother's name.
so Eunice Beatrice Marshall, you said?
Yes, Eunice Beatrice
Uh-huh.
Marshall.
The Marshall's one L at the end or two L's? I don't know if I'm
It's
spelling
two
it right.
L's. Two
Okay.
L's.
Okay. And you said, sorry, can you give me the birth date again?
No worries. November 7th, 1927.
And do you know where she was born? In Texas?
Yes, she was born in Seguin, Seguin.
Guadalupe, Texas? Or, yeah. Is
That's
that what?
something they all on the borderline, right?
So there's like southeast, northeast. Would you know which one?
No. I
Okay.
just I just got this information yesterday.
No worries. I just put Seguin, Guadalupe, Texas.
Yeah. Because as long as I've known her, she always lived in Compton.
Hmm. And you said she's still living, right? She told me earlier.
Yeah, she's still living.
Oh,
And I
okay.
believe she's still living in Compton. If she's not in Compton, she's in Los Angeles.
Okay.
She's almost 100, 102 years.
Yeah,
Hey,
I'm like, wow.
turn up. Yeah, she's a hellion. I love my great granny. She don't even know how much. My granny, seriously, because she did what she wanted, and I see she had a thing for musicians. Like all of her men at some point played some kind of instrument. Because my grandfather has all of those little doctorate accolades, but if you read enough in his stuff, it'll say before all that he was a musician.
Okay.
I also have her mom's name as well.
Okay. We're gonna get Greg the Turd. Greg the Turd Howler, howling like a dog. We're gonna get him out of the chat. All right, we already debunked the out of Africa theories. Don't come over here, oh, like 8, 9 years late with your pseudo outdated Pan-African biased beliefs and then trying to push that on people when we're doing the genealogy. Ain't no Africans showing up.
Not at
And we
all. And Greg, you
and
can
we
just
know
be
real
quiet and
history.
send some money.
Yeah,
Just
keep it
send
moving.
some money and be quiet.
Well, he can't talk anymore. But yeah.
Like,
That's yeah, it's all good. So we got
oh,
I found
pronounce
I
Seguin. Okay, thank you. I
so
can't see the name. The TV's too far to see who put that in the chat.
yeah,
But I think it's one of your things.
I yeah, exactly. I hit search on Joanna on my own just to see what I find.
Uh-huh.
And yeah, so things are coming up. So Los Angeles, yeah, birthplace Los Angeles, Social Security. So you were right with your instinct.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we're gonna add those records because these records didn't come up when I was.
Yeah, because I know at that point my both families had migrated. Well, my grandma has um there were 9 of them, and I know like 3 sisters came out west and 3 went out east. So it was like all around that time, and I know my grandpa came out west and lived with his oldest sister, could be mother, Lola Smith, but and lived with her for a while. So I'm figuring around that time is when they met or whatever have you. Yeah, there's a story about that. Basically, my grandma got pregnant and it was a shotgun wedding.
Hmm.
That's what I heard. They'll never confess that, but I can add. I can see when they got married.
Yeah.
If your If you got married in July and my mama was born in December, stop playing with me.
Mhm. So she, yeah, I have her gravesite
Yeah,
here.
see, I told you it was about September because I knew it was before my brother had his birthday. That
1981
shit
at
devastated him.
at 27. That's a very young age. Sorry. Sorry.
Yeah. I wish you'd get a picture of her. My mom's beautiful.
Okay. So she was in the war or something, like in Germany?
She worked in the commissary. She was
Mm,
in a war that I know of. She worked in the commissary. She passed away of lupus.
okay.
My dad was in the military. So then that would be how she got her job in the military. I know my dad, like as I stated, his dad was in the military. So I do believe like to a large extent a lot of his sons try to follow in his footsteps, but I think that was to their own detriment. I really do. Because they're really all artists at heart.
Okay.
Honestly. They didn't have no business in the military, but they had to uphold whatever the hell they was already pushing. I don't though.
Would that be her right here?
That's still my grandpa. I haven't seen a picture of her yet.
Okay.
Mm, that's hee hee. Yes, that is my mommy.
Hmm. Wow. Rest in power.
I've never seen this picture. I've never seen this picture. This because on one I think it's on my YouTube or my face one of my things I have her high
Okay.
school ID, her
I got,
senior ID,
I got some
and
more,
it's
I
not
think.
that. Oh my goodness, that's
I have
great.
a lot, a lot popping up.
Exciting. That is so exciting. That picture of her is beautiful. My mom was beautiful. My mom is beautiful. Yep, that's the picture.
Yeah.
That those are all her.
Okay.
Uh,
So this one says
look
that
at her. If
her
that don't
mom's,
look, no wonder my child looks like Lauren London.
so
My
her,
new son.
I'm gonna get to the pictures for sure. I know you, my fault. I'm just trying to
No,
verify
I was
this.
just saying that was all her. I'm just
Yeah.
verifying it for you. Like that's her. I'm just like shocked. That's why I'm so excited. Like, oh my goodness, these are pictures I've never seen. Not even in my grandma's home.
Do you know
I've never
Lena?
seen. Helena was her firstborn child. Is
Lena
that
Love?
what you asked?
Lena Love right here.
Oh, wait, where? It
So
says a name. It said the name was spelled wrong. Something about a Vaden, but it had a T in it. I know, but my great grandma's name is Love, but that's Eunice's mom.
yeah, so this person right here, what I'm asking is because she's probably related to you. She might be a distant cousin or a cousin or something. And
Yeah, it would have
she
to
has
be.
she has private stuff. Like see this private member photos of your mom. So she
Oh
see.
my goodness.
So
Okay.
you would have to contact her like on when I when you get into the ancestry and say,
Yeah.
hey, what's up? Joanna's daughter.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. She says I'm laid back, quiet person who loves to watch TV movies, and so she's willing to speak to other people. So you can message them.
Okay. I'm
Yeah.
writing her information down right now
Okay. She's
because
from San
Love is
Antonio.
my great grandmother's name.
Okay. So yeah, this is like a cousin of yours or something, you know? So
Yeah, on my dad's
okay.
side, and that's crazy. She has that information. I'm
Okay.
guessing it's on my
Now,
dad's side because that would be his grandmother's name.
yeah. So we don't have Joanna's mom yet, right? But this document right here on this California birth index, it says that her mother's maiden name is Vaden or Vaten. Vaden?
Yeah, yeah,
Okay. That's
not
the
with
Dutch.
the
Is that
T
the
because
Dutch you're
I
talking
seen
about?
something that had a T. Yes,
Okay.
it's supposed to be a G though. My
Oh,
grandmother's maiden name is Vaden. It's
with a D?
Marjorie. Her name is Marjorie Ann Johnson.
You mean it's spelled with a D instead of a V?
Yes, it's spelled with a D and not,
Okay.
no, it's Vaden.
Okay, Baden. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I see what you're saying.
Yes,
Okay. So, but it's Margaret and Baden, her real
Marjorie.
Marjorie.
Marjorie Ann. Yes.
Okay. All right. We're gonna save this document. Okay. Hey, singing Dove, if you want to volunteer, just hit me up. I'm doing, you know.
Okay. Okay, singing Dove. I see you. He like, we was in sinners. And I feel like we was in sinners too, except my great grandpa was Remy.
hmm Okay. So that's one of the pictures again. Yeah. Looking like a
I don't see any pictures
Fiji
yet.
on the Fiji people.
That's not that. When was that? That didn't look like her. The other one, that one does, but the other one didn't.
So we're gonna save. So I
Yeah,
can
that's
I can
her.
I can colorize all these for you and send them to you. I'll do
Okay,
that.
thank you.
No worries. And then that's her right here at 16. Estimated age, it says.
My
That looks
oh, never
still,
mind.
yeah, that looks like the same person we just saw.
Yeah, no, that's definitely my mom. That was the first photo that you pulled up, where I was just like, oh my, I never seen her with a fro. Usually, it was just big and curly.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well, now you
that's
know.
her.
She did her
Now I was
hair
gonna have you
different
come
ways.
look at this picture of your grandma. So that means in that same yearbook, you would find a picture of my dad's
It's
twin
it's
brother too.
it's probably there's another one.
Yeah, that's her. I'm surprised they let her wear makeup. That's funny.
So is this the first time you see this picture?
Yeah, the first it.
You guys understand, like everybody watching, do you see? Like now do you feel more connected to her now? Like you get to see her, you get to like she's young here.
Amara might do something to the bunnies. I don't trust her. Okay, but I'm on this phone call. Why do I have to do it?
hmm
Okay, then I'm gonna put the bunnies on the roof. Yep, that's definitely my mommy.
hmm
But her cute little dimples. Thank you. Thank you, know thyself. Centennial High. That's exactly where she went. Yeah, those are all hers. Oh, I know the Tatum. That's the whole neighborhood right there. That's not a relative, but it's a neighbor. My brother's best friend's mom.
And she is.
Okay.
So now you have all these pictures of her.
That's awesome because I don't have any of those. Like I said, once she passed away, it was kind of like, you're not her, so we don't talk to you about her, other than
Mm,
you're not her.
mm. Sorry to hear that.
It's all good. She talked to me anyway. And my mom had 3 children. I don't know what part of the tree goes next, if it's her siblings or if it's her children.
Okay. Is this how you spell Marjorie? Marjorie?
Yep.
Okay. You said Marjorie and
I can't even see that. Yes, Marjorie Ann Vaden Johnson. Probably I don't know if you find pictures of her, but you might with my grandpa at
And you
some
told
kind of
me
event.
that she's living still, her too, right?
Yeah, she's still
Okay.
living in Apple Valley, California.
Okay. So you don't have contact with any of your grandparents?
No. Uh, I try, but a lot of times she lies to me for no damn reason. I'm sorry. And my son was
Don't
killed
worry.
a few years
It's
ago,
it's
and
it's okay. You don't have to,
yeah.
get too, yeah.
But I'm doing this for them. That's what I be like.
Yeah.
I'm more like the bloodline, and
So
they
do
would
you
like to
know,
admit they treat me like an outsider, but I live like the old school people.
yeah. So would you know her birth details?
Yeah. I'm not sure about her date of birth, but okay, if one of my grandmas was 27, I'm gonna give my grandma about 1933, and her birthday is March the 19th.
So
And I've seen her name on censuses for my great grandparents.
so I'm gonna put about March 13th, 1933.
Yeah. Let me look and see if I could find it in the flip
Um,
book.
where was she born?
Huh?
Do you know
I
in
want to
Texas?
say Sapulpa. I want to say Sapulpa, Oklahoma. No, she's not from Texas.
Okay,
She's
Oklahoma.
uh-huh.
No worries. We'll put Oklahoma.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm
Indian
pulling it up.
Territory.
Oh yeah, that's where they still have the property there. Her
Okay.
and the sister still hold the property there, but they didn't originate from there because you'll go back and her mom and them are in Georgia. And at some point they're all coming out of Cairo at some point. And then like I said, Thomas County, Georgia, and then is named after them. Then there's a plantation in Pebble Hill where they still have family reunions. Let me try to go in this book and see if it has my grandma's exact birthday.
Okay. So his grave does confirm the 17th of November. He was born 1933. Passed away 24th of April 2015. That's Floyd Johnson I'm talking about, your grandfather.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And here's Marjorie. Okay. All right. I'm gonna hit search so I can find their parents. So do you know their parents, Floyd and Marjorie's?
Um, I know Marjorie's and I know some of my grandpa's, but the exact I am not sure because, like I said, he was the baby of a lot of children. I
Okay.
do know we called his mom Mama Joe, but my grandma, I think it was actually Joanne something because she was telling me how she was named after Joan of Arc.
So Grandma Joan, right? Joanna.
Yeah.
And grandfather William McKinley Johnson.
Yep. I was gonna say I know it's McKinley something. Yep, that's exactly it.
All right, I found him. So you see, this
And then
didn't
he's
come up as a
supposed to
hint. I just want people to know this
see
didn't
all
come
their
up as a
children.
hint.
Yep.
So I kind of had to look for it. And it's very important to have the person right here to ask, like I just did. So that's what I'm saying. Like when people doing your genealogy and you're not there, a lot of times you have to verify with the person you're working with, like I just did. So she's able to confirm through memory, like the names and everything sound familiar. And she was right. He is the youngest, look, out of all of them right here in this
And if you
census.
see his picture, I wish you could see a picture of him. It's so funny that they have Negro when all my friends and they'd be like, "Who is that white man that keeps on coming around here?" And I
Mm.
look, oh, that's my damn grandpa.
You talking about Floyd?
Yes.
So you're saying Floyd
You
can
see,
pass for white?
Floyd could have passed for white if he wanted to. Yes, sir.
Okay.
And a lot of my grandma's siblings too. Not my grandma. That's part of her issues.
Yeah. And
Is
so
that some
so
of her
you're saying
sisters
he's
look
being
one way
called
and she looks another way.
he's being called Negro in all these census,
How they have
but
how they have Negro black hair, but if you've seen the actual family,
mm-hmm.
that's far from the truth.
Wow. Wow. You guys hear that, right? Not me. All right, we're gonna add. Hopefully, this will add his parents.
Yeah. Oh, he was 6 years old then. That's funny. Let me go try to find it.
Do you know Joanna's maiden name? Your his mom's, Joan. Joan.
I do not.
Okay.
I tried to reach out to family to kind of ask them like some of my older cousins, but either I haven't heard back from them. So I'm just kind of giving you the information that I have. But they have a big family too. Like you see how he's the baby of like 9 children, and they've all done
Yeah.
and been in something. Because I know one of his sisters was married to somebody who was like something in the tech world when the tech world was first getting started, and all of that type of stuff. So
Okay.
but that's definitely them, without a doubt.
Mm-hmm. That's what we want to hear when we're doing genealogy, without a doubt. You know.
Yeah, without a doubt, I know my grandpa. That's him.
Okay, look at her last name is Floyd. You see?
Oh, I would believe it because, like, how my grandma Eunice's last name is Marshall. She named her firstborn son. His first name was Marshall,
Okay.
so that would make sense to me. That's kind of how they kept tracing their lineage by using the last names as first names for their children in cases, because that's not the first time that I've seen that. Yeah.
Yep. So this is another son, not Floyd, but one of the older ones.
Yeah.
They're trying to add to Floyd, but these are the same parents, McKinley and Joanna. So Joanna.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Fanny. Does Fanny sound familiar? That would be your second great grandma. I don't know if you would know that much far back, but all right. So Marjorie. Let's try to get Marjorie's Oh, I'm gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna hit search, see what I find. And I think with Glenn, this one, I got this, right? Oh. Okay, I think she dropped, so she should rejoin, guys. I think she dropped. So good. Okay. So what I was trying to tell her is that I wouldn't have, like, if I was just waiting on hints, I wouldn't have got her parents, right? So I went to Floyd and I hit search, and then I saw the 1940 census. Confirmed, like, literally matching all the info we had on this Floyd already. And she already had told me her grandmother's name was Joanna, or Joan of the Ark. So I'm like, okay, I found him, right? And then I asked her, where's, is William McKinley? She's like, yep, that's my grandfather, or, second great grandfather. I mean, great grandfather. So I'm gonna do the same with Marjorie. We don't, she hasn't given me the parents. I don't know if she knows the parents, but we're gonna hit search. So there's a Marjorie Ann Johnson listed under Glenn Dawson Johnson's wife here. I don't know if that's her. Another one, Marjorie Ann Johnson, born 1932 June. Let me see. We have March 1933. That's what she gave me. I don't know if she, how sure she was, but she's been pretty good so far with the memory. Okay, nothing else. Okay, so we're gonna look for somebody named Margie Ann Vaden only, not Johnson. Right? That should narrow down and help us find her. That's more of a unique name. Look at that, Marianne Vaden with an E. I mean with an O instead of an E. So Marjorie Vaden, obituary, father Jim Vaden. Let's see what this is saying. So this is from, let's see, let me look into it. Texas, Abilene, Texas. Service is held for Jim Vaden. And the first carpenter was held from First Baptist Church here this afternoon with the pastor, the Reverend Sam Morris and Reverend Mr. Pope officiating burial with Masonic honors. With Masonic honors. And this is kind of what I was trying to hint at the Bennett thing too. But, we'll leave it alone. So Mr. Vaden died at his home here Friday following a brief illness. He is survived by his wife and 5 children, Wilbur and Jess Vaden, Miss Mabel Armstrong, Miss Marjorie. So that might be her, of Stanford, and Lucille Weldon. So I don't know if this is them. These are white folks or black folks. So I'll ask her if she recognizes those names when she comes back. Okay. So what we're getting is newspaper stuff. Same one. Texas, Marjorie Faye Vaden. 30th of March 1934. And she had given me 13th of March 1933, which is pretty close. This one says that her parent would be O.B. Harry Vaden and Maggie Lee Bingham. So I'll pull this up and see if she recognizes those names when she comes back. All right. So 2 possibilities right there. This one says Marjorie P. Dizzy. P. Dizzy, huh? Nah, no Diddy, no Dizzy. No, none of that. So Allen Dempsey Vaden, World War II, Marjorie Vaden. So let's pull up House of Names. And let's look up Vaden. I wonder if they're related to Van Damme, Jean-Claude Van Damme, like then. So Vaden is a name whose history is entwined with the ancient Anglo-Saxon tribes of Britain. Ancient Saxon. ancient. Don't think modern people, what you think of these concepts of Anglo-Saxon. It was a name for a god of Anglo-Saxon origin. The surname Vaden originally derived from the Old English word Odin, Fodin or Voden, Wotan, Votan, like in the Maya, the cacique Votan, the king Votan, Wotan, Odin. Just talking about Odin and Thor, right? Like in that mythology, right? As the pagan god of the Saxons starts to hijack. Often nicknames describe strong traits or attributes that people wish to emulate in a specific animal. So that's what they're saying is the history. But we shall see. She already said she believes she got Quaker in her family. So anyways, let's do her dad since we got the obituary up. And it says that this was the second, right? And that his dad is the elder Ernest Frank Bennett Sr. And so Julia's not the mom, but that's the second wife. Okay, so we got that. So kind of go to that. Okay, so now I really gotta ask her if she's sure. Well, actually, she said she had her grandma's name. I think that's what she told me because in this census, 8 years old, the second, right? We're talking about Ernest Frank Bennett the second. Is 8 years old living with Ernest Sr., the first, and Julia. So like where's the other mom, right? So maybe she passed away early or something, or they got divorced and now he's just living with his dad. Maybe they gotta just ask her to make sure. And this was him again, the newspaper, yeah. So even in the death certificate, or actually the birth certificate, see, this is what I'm saying, guys. It does say here in the birth certificate, and this is written, Julia Bell is the mom, Julia, for Ernest Frank Bennett II. Like, this is pretty official. This is a birth certificate. So I got to show her this too. Because she said it wasn't Julia. She said that Julia wasn't the mom. So we got a birth certificate that says Julia is the mom. And then we got a census when he's 8 years old and he's under Julia and Ernest Frank Bennett. So you guys see, right? So when she comes back, I'm not like just making this up, right? You guys are my witness, right? All right. So like, see, like as a genealogist, I would have to go with the records. It's very weird that they would put somebody else's name on the birth certificate for the mom, you know? Don't worry. You just take your time to come in. So I hope you're hearing though, because I got to ask you about that. Let me open this. Different window. Open this in a different window. Okay. Okay. She's trying to join. Okay, here she goes. You're muted, just in case.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay. You know what I'm saying? Because on that, on oh wait, or was yeah, so that would be for his parents. It said a janitor and a house worker. So, but in my grandfather's
Yeah. So.
obituary, it says his dad is a doctor.
Hmm.
I'm just trying to see when that got made.
All right. So I wanted to ask you about, because I'm very almost sure that mom is Julia. So I'm looking at all the records for Ernest the second, right?
Uh huh.
Um, and we got a birth certificate, right?
Uh huh.
And it's listed here as Julia Bell. That's his mom.
I've seen it listed as both. I've seen it written as Belle Bennett. So yeah, that is the mom. That's correct.
Yeah, so it is Julia. Okay,
Uh
that's
huh.
what I. Okay, because you were telling me it was somebody else earlier. That wasn't Julia.
No, what I was talking about when you were in the Vadens, I was like, that's not Ernest's people. That's Marjorie's people. That's what I was talking about when I saw you had the
Okay.
Vaden coat of arms and stuff up.
Okay.
But yeah.
Yeah. So he's here he is at 8 years old in 1930 with his parents Ernest and Julia.
Hey.
Yeah. So Julia Catherine Bell is her full name.
Yes.
Yeah.
I've definitely seen that. Huh? Mustachio went out the gate earlier. He can't go outside unsupervised. He has to go on the roof.
Hey, so daughter of Enki. So when it comes to birth certificates, it's usually the hospital. When it comes to death certificates, it's usually an informant. So when you're saying check who the informant is, this is what I'm saying. People don't just add things. The hospitals don't just they kind of try to look. They ask the family members, you know. But yeah, for death information, it's usually an informant.
Okay. And then this looks like the top one. The U.S. City Directories. That looks like that's them in San Antonio. E.F. Bennett with spouse Eunice Bennett. Or is that what you just added? Because it says new.
Hey, MacD, I saw the R. I was gonna ask her about the R, so we'll get to all that. But we are, I think, finding Marjorie Ann's. So
Oh, I didn't, MacD, yeah, I didn't see that he wrote 13, but I did tell him 19. But that, whatever records he found, that was her, regardless of whether he wrote it in right or wrong. That was the information was hers. But when we get to it, yeah, we'll fix her birthday. Thank you.
that's your
Some pictures came up for your
that's your
grandma.
that's your ancestor right there.
A Scranton? Did that say Scranton?
Yeah, that was another wife he had, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that.
No, but that's him. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Lighthouse officer. I told you these were some people into some stuff.
Yeah, people of interest.
Yeah, people of interest.
Hmm.
I'm supposed to carry on the Boule tradition. I can't. My soul won't let me. That's my dad's dad.
So yeah, he married an Esther Scranton.
You're so dumb.
Well, I don't know if he married her, but
No, I
Yeah,
wasn't talking to you. I'm sorry. I was talking to my daughter because she said, I said, that's your grandpa. She said, the
yeah.
black one. Because these new age children are hilarious. The name is still spelled wrong, though. You still got that A in there. And I seen one of my aunties. My auntie just passed. It was a Diane. Oh, they got all these related to me. Yeah. Told you he was in the Second World War. Remember I told you that? And
Mm-hmm.
then his dad was in World War I as well. And then my dad was something in the military as well. You still got that A in there. Why is that A in there? But on my great grandpa, his name is spelled a bunch of different ways on the census.
Okay.
Because I had already, when I was speaking to my grandma, I had already asked her and confirmed about that, but not on this side. That's not the same side. Yeah, he had put us in pictures of my mom. It was so beautiful.
So these are like other family trees that have all your family. So these are like your distant cousins and stuff, building their
Hey,
trees. Yeah.
okay, that's what's up.
So like matching all the
Because
info.
I know my grandma Eunice had, I think 11. Because I know that she had 3 sets of twins for
Okay.
sure. So imagine how that could grow. And it's crazy because Eunice was actually, at least from her mom, an only child. Because I was asking my auntie about that yesterday. Scranton, as in Scranton, New Jersey. Ain't Scranton a city in New Jersey?
I think so, but it's a surname, so it could be just named after a person.
Yeah, like I
Yeah,
told you, his county's named after the surname of when we go further down my grandma's side. I know for
maybe.
sure. Not a maybe, I know for sure.
So Eunice P
Yep, that's her because that's one of her husbands. And then
Tucker.
her last husband
Okay.
is Archie James. All of that's my grandma, my dad's
Okay.
mom.
Okay.
And so then we'd be able to find her. See, oh, it still says about 1928 for her birth. But
So it's Archie's after Tucker. I see. Right?
yeah,
Because now she's Eunice
Yeah,
Tucker.
Archie's the last husband. Yeah.
Okay.
Look, all her men are passed away, but she's still here. She's still here. Kicking. My grandma is a mess. So that's I don't know about I don't see her coming from no place. She tells stories about
Did you
pulling
know?
guns on people in the neighborhood and being on probation, all types of stuff. My grandma's a
Did you know
mess.
about Willie James Lewis?
No, that's what might be her older children
Yeah,
because I don't know where
no,
my
that's her other
dad.
husband. That's her other spouse or whatever, or partner.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. My grandma's a Rolling Stone, so whatever I got it honest. Did they invent the marshals? Is that why they just be doing the most in the law?
Did she live in Arizona for a while?
I don't know. I know my dad did.
Okay.
I don't know about her. Like I said, as long as I've known her, she's been in Compton my whole life, almost all 50 years. She's like an OG in Compton. Like if you was around, you do my granny and call her Mama Eunice. Yes, they do signs. They sure do.
Okay, I'm gonna hit search for her because they didn't give me the parents. You know the parents' names?
Yeah, at least her mom's. My auntie did not give me the dad's name, and so I
Okay.
don't know, what was up with that. But I do have her mom's name, so if you find the birth certificate, you may be able to find it. Okay, so her mother's name was Hattie Julia Love. Hatt.
Okay, hold on 1 second. Sorry.
No, no worries. No
Okay.
worries. Okay. Oh yeah, I see my uncle's listed because she named her first son Marshall.
This wouldn't be hers right here. No, the 12. Okay, no, no, let's just go ahead. What you got? Okay. So Hattie, Hattie,
Uh-huh.
and Ross. She was a Ross, you said?
No, she was a Love.
Oh, Love. Okay. Yeah.
Uh-huh. That's why I said when you found that Lena Love, that
Yeah.
was from my dad's side of the family.
Okay. And what was you did you give me a middle name? Hattie
Yes, Julia
Julia. Okay.
Love. These men had like those period names, boy. Because there's a Julia on both my dad and his dad's side and his mom's side. Yeah, Hattie Julia Love.
And was she born in Texas as well?
My auntie did not tell me that. If
Okay.
you're in the chat, Auntie, please put it in there. Yes, the original burrito on Compton and Watts, around the corner from where the why Goldenberg, where Goldenberg was, right around the corner from Goldenberg.
Okay. Do you know when she passed away? Eh, Hattie?
I do not. I've never met her. I
Okay.
just got that information on who she was, and if I met her, I don't remember.
Okay. So we may need more info to get anything
I'm gonna
about.
say Texas because from what my auntie who sent me this information, she still lives in Texas, and she was telling me how she wasn't really raised by Eunice. She was raised by Hattie, and they are in San Antonio, from what I know of right now to this day.
Okay. Well, if anything, you might have to contact her and ask her, do you know where Hattie was born?
Okay, I got her messenger open. I'm gonna
Yeah,
message her right
just in case we don't get any info, past that. Do you remember the dad's name?
now. She didn't say, so I have no clue.
Okay. Let's see if I can find a Hattie Julia Love somewhere. Pretty unique name.
Yeah,
Hattie.
and I would start off
Okay.
in the same city
So Hattie
where
Love.
where Eunice was born.
So there's a Hattie Love right here. It says mother Eva Pearl Stewart, William Adam Love, the father. Let's see if that's okay. There's a grave record here for a Hattie Love, maiden name Tarpley. Hmm. That sound familiar, no?
That would make sense because they only have one child listed, and my grandmother was an only child.
Look, Hattie Julia Love. That has to be her.
Yeah,
1907. So single, 23, foster daughter. So what was the story again? You just said?
that she raised. Now I know my aunt Ray, who I'm speaking with now. Um, she had a twin. It was Ray and May, and I know that Ray told me she was raised with Hattie and not Eunice.
Okay, so you see, I found a Hattie Julia Love that was in foster care in 1930. She was 23.
Hmm. So what? That's
And the,
probably her. So
and
then they go disparaging the background after that, huh? If she's gonna
okay,
be in foster
yeah. But at 23, you could just, He's older, but look what it says on the race. It says Negro, Black, in parentheses, that says Mexican, Latino.
Uh-huh. And you see where they were, that border of Texas the whole time.
Yeah,
So what
yeah,
that would make sense.
that's what I'm saying.
I know it's the reason why I'm in South America and I feel home. And especially since I've been to Africa before and I feel more like I see my people here
Okay,
than any other place besides North America. I can tell you that much.
so I had about 1905, and that
Okay.
census or says about 1907, so I wasn't too far off on the estimate. I gave her 22 years, so 1907 she would be 20 years when her daughter was born. So it's like the dates are matching too, and the area San Antonio, Bexar, that's where your family's been.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
that's most likely her.
And yes, said she was born in 1903, and her father was Tom Love.
Tom Love, who said that?
Uh-huh. My auntie Ray Lowry, who is Eunice's daughter. I have her in my messenger right now, and I
Oh,
asked
okay,
her if she was in the chat because I did send her the link,
okay.
and I asked her if she's in the chat. Can she just drop any information? Let me send this link out again to some of my other cousins.
Well, she doesn't have to. She can put it on your messenger.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So let's see what year. So she says she was born in 1903,
Uh-huh.
and where?
I'm asking you.
Okay. Most likely Texas, though, right?
Right? Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So
Probably that, and especially when they're saying what Mexican and Black
okay.
people here usually think I'm from Venezuela or Colombia.
Okay. So check it out. She said her dad is Tom.
Yep.
So here's Hattie Love, right? She died in Compton, born in Guadalupe, Victoria, Texas, 1903. Dad Thomas or Tom Love. There you go. That's them.
So what does that sound like? Either they were like from there or part of the Seminoles, or when they crossed that line. You know what I'm talking about.
Well, we'll see. I mean, we're still pretty, and we're still in the
Because how
1900s.
close is
Well,
Nacimiento,
huh?
Mexico, to there? I wonder how close Nacimiento de Negros in Mexico is
Uh-huh.
to where they were born.
Okay. So ask her if Annie James is the mom.
That's dang.
Yep. Shout out 2 Signs for the background music.
Right.
So Guadalupe, Texas, Victoria. There we go. And it says she passed away May 15th, 1999 in Compton, Los
And
Angeles.
especially if she was born in Compton, yeah, that's crazy.
No, she was born in Guadalupe, Victoria,
No,
Texas.
but I meant to say passed away in Compton, so that's crazy that I don't remember meeting her because I was in California in 1999.
Okay.
I had just come back.
Wow.
My oldest son, was born in March of '99 in Long Beach. Hey, Padawan. Hey.
Okay. So we got all her hints now.
Yeah, and it's the same city that I told you my grandma, where Eunice was born. I told you it was probably the same city because that Sigon or Seguin. Seguin is what somebody put. Yeah, because that is Spanish, how you would pronounce it. Seguin. Sometimes my bilingual mind don't always be working because I don't want to talk English or Spanish.
So look at 16, 1920. She's also listed as adopted daughter, still with the Walkers. So these are the foster parents she was being raised by for some reason. Okay, and she's in 1920 living in Guadalupe, Texas, still.
That means her, because around that,
I mean, if you tell
the
your
other,
your your cousin that, like, just tell her you found the info that she was living with the Walkers, foster
yeah,
parents.
that's okay.
It might refresh your memory. Okay, so Haiti Marshall. This is made. Did she ever marry Eunice's dad, Marshall? Mother will they love.
Um, I'm waiting for an answer. I'm waiting for an answer.
Dina.
Katie Marshall, but isn't it
White.
love?
No.
Well, I know. Well, then they would have been married for her name to turn to Marshall, huh? And not be love anymore.
Yeah, because I found
If
a
that
record
was
that
it.
had her as Haiti Marshall, so I don't know if that was her, but that's why I was asking.
But that says birth year, but they do be having the birth years wrong because that one said about 1905, and then
Yeah, it's 1903 though. We have the exact one now.
yeah,
Yeah. Let me see if this is her. Miss Geraldine B. Lewis. It says Miss Haiti J. Love, or Julia, announces the engagement of her granddaughter Coraline B. Lewis to James L. Newman. And look at Eunice Tucker. Look, Geraldine is the daughter of Miss Eunice Tucker. So that would be.
yeah, yeah. That's them.
So you know Geraldine.
I know that's my daddy's sister. I know that name. I
Okay.
met her when I was young. I can't. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh my God, I'm so glad they didn't name me Ernestine. I think I would have just about fallen out.
There's another Hattie Haslove. That's a whole different person. She's married. She's so-called white and she's married to different people.
Yeah, because supposedly Compton was all white before the blacks moved in, before they started playing with Crayolas.
Supposedly.
Yeah, that's why I said supposedly.
So this is one of your cousins, I think, too, right here. Danny
And look,
Stills.
it says race white, right? It still said race white. I told you some of
Yeah.
these people I know for a fact some passed. I don't know about my
Most.
dad's side, but
What?
I know when we get to my grandma's side, I got an
Yeah.
uncle who
Well.
played every single race.
Yeah. Well, the founders of Los Angeles were melanated people,
Yeah.
Indians and Black Europeans and Sephardic Jews and like most of California. So
Okay.
that's why I'm
Okay.
saying
It
that.
said, I'm sorry. Wait, hate to interrupt you, but my auntie said no, she wasn't a foster child and she wasn't married.
She wasn't what?
She was not a foster child and she wasn't married.
Okay, so she would know all those details when she was young, like that.
Mm.
It's coming up in the same area in Guadalupe, and her name specifically, Hattie Julia Love, and it clearly says,
Then
those ain't
then it
those ain't.
might be. Then I'm gonna say yes. I'm gonna say because I don't know if she knows for sure. And you were able to put up the stuff that had units that and my aunt Geraldine. All through that Hattie, right?
Yeah,
So it would make sense. Yeah. So then that would maybe she just didn't know that history.
and I got Tom and Annie James as the mom. Tom Love.
Yeah. It said Noah Walter. Noah Walter was her stepfather.
Walker, yeah. It's Noah Walker.
Walk it,
Yeah.
it
That's,
says she
yeah.
put Walter though, so it might be a mistake, like how they had my grandma's as Vaden with a T and not a D,
Okay. Yeah,
because
but
she's some Walter
also when we people also mix up
changed their
names.
name.
They yeah,
Yeah,
they forget. They know it was with a
because
W. So like this is what I'm saying. She just said she wasn't a foster, but she just literally said the same thing
oh
you were
hi,
telling her. I'm gonna show you.
un momento, un momento. Dame un momento. Yo necesito hablar, mi hija. Wait, okay. Ella dice, oh, espérate, pero un momento. Ella quiere limpiar ahorita mucho rápido. Quiero agua, quiero agua, porque ella dice 5 minutos más. Ella necesita 5 minutos más. Okay, sí. I told
Oh
you
no,
I live in
no,
Ecuador.
I was reading the chat. So this is what I wanted to show you. You see, so 1920 census, she's living with Noah Walker and Mary Walker. Okay.
Yeah.
And then 1930, Walker, Noah Walker. So they wouldn't like every year make a mistake, you know. Um they seem to be walkers. And I can go into the
Okay.
census myself. So she was close. She said Walter, like she's Noah, you know, Noah
Yeah.
Walters, Noah Walker. It's just a very small detail. But as you see, right, Walker, right? More looks more like a Walker, and then the 1930. Does
I
look like
thought I
Walker.
told you.
Okay.
You asked me if they were coming yesterday, not today. I'm sorry. I'm getting
Yeah.
yelled at by a 13-year-old.
No worries, no worries. So yeah, she was living with foster
Who cares?
parents.
The Lord's gonna get dirty again anyway. Okay.
Okay. So I think if her cousin knows all this info about her, she should know who the dad is, the name. It's a chanclan. Yeah, yeah. Don't worry, guys. I'm used to this. Like they always come back and say, yeah, they confirmed the info. So look, we got baiting families now come popping up. Okay, good. You see, guys, how that popped up later on? So this wasn't here just now, and now they're popping up. So you got to give the algorithm sometimes a little bit of time, and it'll start working. The hints will start popping up, even days later. You know, even days later. So Marjorie Vaden, let's see what they're being listed like in 1950 as Negro Black, right? Marjorie Vaden, Bertram Vaden, and Oli Vaden. So I got to confirm with her. Hey, at least you're muted. If in case you're speaking, you're muted. So I can't hear you if you're talking. Just in case you're muted. All right. Just gotta unmute. So here's, I think what they're saying. Margie's right here, Oklahoma. So I
Okay,
think
can
it's,
you hear me now?
yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't even know that I needed. So
So no,
yeah,
I
that's her. That's her because that's all of her sisters except for one, the baby.
oh, you mean
Oh,
this? Okay,
there she
okay,
goes. That's her. That's
okay.
my. That's,
So Bertram Baden and Olie Mae Hines, those are her
yes,
parents. Okay,
exactly.
okay.
Why did it say Faden? See how they just write stuff wrong? It's literally Vaden. They go from one that says Vaden to the next one saying Faden.
Yeah, but it's not because people are intentionally doing that. So you gotta understand, like, so a lot of people can't read the cursive when
Okay.
they go into this. Let me show you. Sometimes they can't. They can't. Well, this one clearly to me says Vaden. To me, I wrote in cursive. I got taught cursive. I'm still from that time where we were being taught cursive in
Right.
school, right? So I can kind of read. A lot of people can. They digitize it. They think they're seeing something and they put something else. And so also a lot of the time the census takers they just hear a name and they spell it how they think it's spelled. They don't ask. So it's not always like intentional,
Exactly.
but you have to be careful and once you go through different kinds of records, you get an idea which one is the correct name.
Because I saw one from when my grandma was like 6 or something, and it had like some other person. I forget what name that they. I don't see Edna. Oh, they got Charles, Aline, Janet. Oh, why is Edna's not on here? One is I see one of the sisters is missing. The sister older because there's a daughter in between Charles and Marjorie. My aunt Edna, but she
Okay,
might have maybe she was in Philadelphia at that time.
maybe, yeah, she might have not been home that day. So so they have Olie Mae Hines being born in Georgia. Is that
Yeah,
what you?
that's what I
Okay.
told you. That'll go start going back to Georgia because this
So
is the side that's related to Jackie Robinson.
that's pretty interesting that there's a place called Cairo, almost like Cairo,
Cairo.
almost like
Yeah,
Cairo, Egypt, right?
yep. And they're from Cairo.
Cairo.
A lot for her family should show up.
So Janet, Florida, Charles,
Yeah.
Florence, Glenda,
Yep.
Linda. Okay.
Faye, Linda Faye. And it's funny that like I would say only two of them couldn't pass. It
Yeah.
are the other two could. Because Ali Mae had a brother that was just wild. They said he claimed every race. Whoever was giving out money, he would go be that person and bring it back to the people and
Yeah.
bring it back to the family. Yeah. My Uncle Jimmy, who they said ended up being some kind of chief in Oregon.
Yeah. You see,
Very.
you see why they put fading on this record?
Yeah, but you can clearly see that's a V, but okay, I guess.
But that's what I'm saying.
Maybe
A
it's
lot of
because
people,
people did used to write that
yeah.
backwards F,
So
but
they're
it's
like,
clearly the
but
S from the
also
yes is going into the V.
now, also this is just a theory, but also they could be thinking, well, it's not Vaden, these are black folks, so maybe Faden.
Right, exactly. But if you looked at them,
But it also looks
and
like an F, so that's why I see. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Like they could have thought it
yeah,
was an F, so it's not. But you know the real spelling. So guys, when you run into this stuff, just fix it. Put the right spelling.
and look, it says there's more to discover in this record.
Yeah.
Marjorie Faden, that's hilarious. I know she went to Booker T. Washington High School in Sapulpa. My granny did. Janet. Oh, I wonder what Aunt Janet's middle name is. And now Janet, Edna, and Flo have blue or green eyes and are very, 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 very light skinned, super straight hair. Not my grandma though. Yeah, those are all her siblings. And I think the only ones of her siblings that have passed are Daniel. Oh well, Daniel, Charles, and Faye. everybody else is still living that I know of. Yep, that's my granny. She died 3 days before my birthday, on the 7th of July, in her sleep. See how everybody's from, yeah, Philadelphia, Smallwood. Did she need some? Right,
Okay.
Cindy? And I'm so thankful.
Your
I'm
tree,
so
your tree,
thankful for
your
this.
tree's getting there. You see, we just missing Ernest's dad, Marshall. I mean, no, Eunice's dad. So that's why I wanted to ask you, since your cousin knows a lot about Haiti, she wouldn't know like who Eunice's dad is. His name? Nothing. We know it's a Marshall, right? Because where's the Marshall coming from? But she
Okay,
wouldn't
let me
know. Like that's the only one we're missing so far out of your great grandparents. We got everybody else so far, and the tree keeps growing.
uh, I'm laughing because my aunt responded to me no. Because I was like, "Are you watching the video?" So you can kind of keep along and like fill in where this question. No, I'm working. Like, well, okay. I guess I'm not working then. Just fiddling around with the YouTube.
Mhm.
I don't know. He may come. I guess he's still coming. I'm not sure. I won't know till they pull up. In the YouTube. What? Oh, 2 different spaces. Let's do it.
So the Bennett's going to Alabama from there. Did you know that?
I did not,
Okay.
but it makes sense
So
because I
so
kind
they were almost like this the it was almost how you gonna say four of them. What I mean is like the fourth because the very first the dad of Ernest Frank the first, his name is Frank R. Bennett, so that's where they're getting the Frank from. The middle name, it's from their progenitor Frank Bennett.
that that's interesting because my oldest son's dad is from Alabama. And when my grandma saw a picture of him, they were like, "Oh, y'all look like y'all are brothers and sisters." And I was like, "What?"
Yeah,
Like,
and
so yeah, that's interesting.
Frank Ernest Frank Senior's mom is Jane Fields, also coming from Alabama. They
Like
ended up in
Sally
Bexar,
Field,
Texas. Fields, yeah,
yeah,
like yeah, yep. Okay. And here's
like they own land, they had fields.
mhm,
Back to 1863, we are.
yeah, so
Okay.
this here's the death certificate for Ernest Frank Sr., the first, and it lists his dad Frank Bennett and Jane Fields, the
What kind
mom.
of name is that? Frank Stratus? Like,
I'm
did
sorry?
he invent the AK? Did he invent the Alpha Kappa Alpha? Did you look at that middle name for the Frank? It said Frank Fraternus.
Frank. Were you seeing that? I'm sorry, I'm lost.
It was something else you were just looking at. That it wasn't that.
Oh,
For
okay.
some reason, it's like a little, like you
Yeah,
said, it's a little delay in what you're
yeah.
talking about and what I'm seeing on YouTube. But
Okay, okay.
excuse me 1 second, I have to.
Yeah, you have to try to look at the Zoom screen so it could be in real
¿Qué
time.
pasando?
Yeah.
No hay energía.
No energía.
No, han hecho mal la construcción. Venga para que vea.
¿Cómo? Porque ella dice ella solo parte un día y nunca. Okay. I'm sorry, y'all. I had 2 appointments today.
¿Y dónde se ve acá?
Soy mira. Yo mirando.
Estos son los cables que vienen de afuera, de allá.
Sí.
Sí.
13, 14, 21.
African. Hey, Jacob, you understand pura vida? Pura vida, man. Welcome, man. What's up? What's up, man? I don't know. I'm just looking at the chat now, guys. Thanks for tuning in. Anybody who's live, hope you're enjoying. You guys see how we build the trees, like a scratch. Hopefully it's helping you get some tips and know how to navigate the website, how to go through records very thoroughly in detail. Right? No guessing. No guessing. No guessing. Hawa, welcome, welcome, Hawa. Yeah, so we're just going through hints. You know, I like to go through all of them. And they just keep verifying everything we're finding. You gotta be careful, Carrie. It come with the hijack always. Gotta be ready to dodge the hijack, the static, always. Shout out to Science, man. Shout out to Science, the background music. Frank Fratunus. Bennett, Fratunus. Perry County, Alabama. Perry County, Alabama. That static, Carrie. Hey, appreciate you, Legend 24. Glad you're enjoying it. Geraldine. Elise, you're muted if you're talking, just in case. If you think I'm talking over you or whatever.
Ok, por eso yo necesito llamar a la eléctrica. Ok, gracias. Porque yo no sé qué pasó.
Vamos a ver si hay algún cable desconectado. Sí.
Ok.
Big Bennett family.
Yeah,
bunch of
Big
kids.
Bennett's not the little. They know about us. I was
Oh.
once told, "Oh, you're from that Bennett family that's always talking about God."
Whole bunch of babies. They multiply like the Bible told them.
Yes, indeed. Yeah. else on it.
Friday, right?
East 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, we got 2 hours. I gotta fix that. That's a bunch. Okay.
Lamar trying to get away. I'm right here to help you. I ain't gonna let her run out.
Only place that I forget is between her paws and weird, and
Lo siento, porque yo no quiero los perritos salir.
In case you guys don't know, she's living in Ecuador, right? And so that's why you hear her speaking Spanish. Like she's pretty good at it. And Esmeralda, I got future video on Esmeralda. They try to say those are all Africans, but they can't prove the African part. Yeah. Okay. Progressing. Yeah. So Julia Catherine Bell's people. Let's see. Okay. Murray. Okay, so seems her mom is Shadrach Murray. Did she marry a Purdue? Frank Purdue. She might have married Frank Purdue later on in life. Let's see, Julia, 1987. Beasley. 24th of March, yep, 1900, same person. Yep, yeah. She met. Oh, there you go. I can hear you.
Oh, yeah.
So it seems Julia Catherine Bell had another husband, Purdue. The last name Purdue.
Just like Nanny didn't like my daddy. Well, girls, they just technicians. Like they telling me stuff, and I'm like, I don't know how to fix no air conditioner. So I just don't know nothing. That's why I called y'all. Gerald.
Okay, so would you know Julia's parents?
Let me see if she's got it noted for me, but
okay.
Wait, wait, Julia from, which Julia? Because there's two Julias. There's Julia, my dad's mom. Oh, see, that's my dad's mom. Okay, I definitely have no clue.
Yeah, if I talk about the other Julia, I'll say Hattie.
Okay,
Okay, Hattie Love.
okay, yeah.
Okay, yeah, we're talking about Julia.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Okay, that's okay. I think I got her parents.
Okay, because I'm like, and I don't see that my dad responded to me anything. I don't think it's like anymore.
Okay. So they're telling me that it might be George William Bell and Shadrach Murray, her mom. There is a census here with a Julia Murray living with a Shadrach Murray at the age of 10 in Bexar, Antonio, Texas, where your family was. Okay, so
Okay.
that might be her right there, and well, the dad would be a
And
Bell.
it has, yeah.
That's
That
what.
looks like it makes sense.
You ever heard those names though, like mentioned? Bell,
No.
Bell, Be Okay.
I
Well, this is
have
pretty
not.
far back.
But again, like I said, I was raised mainly by my maternal grandparents.
Yes,
And
yes.
they didn't really interact that much with my dad's side of
Okay,
the family.
okay,
I think my grandma was too jealous. You see, Eunice did what she want, and it's like Marjorie kind of did what she could. 'Cause
okay.
she was on something else. They're two different people.
So a lot of different families have that, like George William Bell and Shadrach Murray as the parents.
But wait, that Ernest on that list, it looked like maybe that person passed away at like 11 or 21 or something. That Ernest, I don't, unless I'm tripping.
Not sure what are you watching my screen or the YouTube?
I'm watching the YouTube screen. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me
Yeah,
look at this
see
on the
that
actual Zoom.
YouTube
Okay,
might be
my
like
bad.
that might be like 5 seconds or 10 seconds
Okay,
ahead. Like, yeah, you gotta watch the Zoom screen. Okay,
this one looks about right. Good.
because yeah, because if not, we're not looking at the same things.
Okay, my bad.
No worries. Okay, so they're saying Ernest Frank, Runge, Texas. Carnes, okay. Carnes, Texas. San Antonio, Blue Bonnet.
Oh, here. Okay.
Oh, wait, that's not a match.
Yeah, because it looked like Julia and at least my Ernest only had one kid. At least I only seen one listed on whatever we were looking at earlier.
Is that her? Do you think that would be her? This is a Julia Bell right here. Not sure if this is the same.
Yeah. I'm looking at the face, and yeah, because I was looking at all of them for a second to see, and that was the first one that I thought, like, yeah.
What you think?
That makes sense.
It
Yeah.
does.
Look, Pilar.
Okay.
My dad's great grandma or his grandma, I forget. Because remember, you did say my dad has some pimp in him, right?
Hmm.
Because it definitely is like looks like my family. Agnostic Phoenix. I am the same exact way. I like I said, I'm from Compton, and like Spanish speaking people will always just walk up and start speaking to me in Spanish like I was supposed to know word for word what they were talking to me about like my entire life. That's why I don't get the big lie now that a lot of people are saying how we never got along, and that has never been my experience. That make me think of Bessemer, Alabama. Is that Bessemer, Texas?
Okay.
I do not look at YouTube. I just have to remind myself again. Yeah. My dad would put his head out his ass and get in his messenger and answer my question. Oh, I see he looked at the link I sent him, Kurimeo. So if he's in the chat, he needs to speak on it.
What are you seeing?
I look in my messenger and I seen that my dad opened the message of the link for the genealogy.
Oh, okay. So your dad's watching?
I don't know. I just see that he actually opened it up.
Okay.
But I'm asking him, if you're in the chat, if you're watching, can you please help verify info?
If he wants to join the call, he can join too.
Yeah, they're at the breaker box trying to see where the connection, what the issue is. Because this looks like that the electricity got put up there well. So why it's suddenly not working, I don't know. Maybe there's some kind of overload. I have no clue.
I think that's September.
First thing she's gonna do is get dirty. You must be prepared. Okay, one of my children might die today. She just told me it's gonna be over her dead body if the dog gets dirty, and it's probably gonna get dirty. Like, girl. Arlington National Cemetery? Isn't that where they be putting like war heroes? Or am I tripping?
You talking to me?
Yes.
What'd you-
And I'm sorry because I got caught up looking at YouTube again, but I just saw somebody's like their death place as Arlington Cemetery. Something that I just passed by, but again, that's not on our screen. Were those cousins in the picture with her?
I don't know who those people are. Actually, their names are on the bottom, so let me see. So it says Vivian Bell Hickman, and then it says Riedel Murr Bell Jones.
Dale Jones, that sounds like they all look related. Those are all Dales.
Yeah, they're probably sisters or cousins.
Yeah.
They look the same, almost.
Yeah.
Yeah, they actually look the same.
Yeah.
And I can see how some can pass as Hispanic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm telling you right now, people giving me a whole like plot. They be like, tell people you're from Cartagena. You look just like the people in Carden. Just tell them you lived in America and you're an English teacher, and that's why your Spanish is not good now. Let me give you whole plots and storylines. Right? Damn bunny. Boy, you got the broom upstairs in your room. You didn't bring it back downstairs. I know, right, Zohar? It's so fun. I was like excited watching yesterday. I was just like overjoyed. I can't even front. Because even if you look at my grandpa Ernest, like how his head was shaped, it's kind of that same long head shape of the Julia in that picture.
Hey guys, if you guys want to volunteer to do this, you just got to reach out to me. My other platforms, like I'm on everything. I'm on Telegram, Instagram. My email's on the main website of the YouTube where it says about. I'm on Patreon. You got to reach out to me.
Nope, not one slave ship or African story in sight signs. Not at all. Not on this good side, anyway. We ain't got to the rest of it yet, though. But yeah.
You ain't gonna find any Africans
Nah,
on any side.
I really don't believe so. And if they are, like I said,
I know so.
I think my grandpa sent his other family over to Africa to be missionaries and like because they were Johnsons. Like I wouldn't doubt anything. I've seen people live right next door to their other woman. The whole family right next door. So yeah. And I hope people are taking note of how many times my grandma was married, because there's in this red pill, blue pill space, there's so many grandiose tales of how great grandma and grandpa's relationships were, and why can't we just get back to those days?
I think she's speaking to a family member. So we're gonna continue.
I was actually talking to the chat.
Oh, my fault.
No, because I was talking about how in the red blue pill in the pill community, there's always just fantasizing about how relationships were so solid.
Yeah,
back in the day.
I was lost. My fault. I thought.
No, that's all I was speaking to. Yeah, I'm naturally blind too. Yeah. Except my hair's a little bit darker on my head. Oh, it's the problem. Okay.
Técnico electricista no sabe, no dejó instalado.
Okay, porque yo necesito llamarlo. Okay, gracias. See why I thought I'd say more money, more problems. If we didn't have the air conditioning in the first damn place, it wouldn't even be this issue. Harold John's, yeah, that was my grandpa's.
Yeah, and that's his mom, Fanny. We don't know her maiden name unless he took her last name.
Yeah, I think everybody on my grandpa's side out of his siblings, they're all passed away. Because if he was the baby, that would only make sense. And I know Billy passed away right around when my mom passed. I'm telling you, you probably are true blood sisters. I see you, Cindy. Now that Layla V. Johnson, that's the one there. Like it's a rumor from the other cousin that that's really my grandpa's mother, but it's never been anything that was admitted because that was the older sister and he was the baby, and they were always very, very close.
I'll try to understand what you're saying right now, because I'm not gonna put
Oh,
like the wrong
yeah,
parent
I
there.
know we can. Yeah, I know we can't put like
No, I'm just
the
saying.
legends of the story, but I mean that's
No, we
just
can.
parents
No,
that
we
are
can. What
just.
I'm saying is, but you gotta be sure, because that's a pretty
I'm
crazy
not sure.
story.
It's just a legend,
That's
and they're both
I'm
passed
not saying
away,
that
so
might not
there's
be
no
true,
way.
but you're talking about kind of
Yeah.
like you're almost saying like incest.
No, no, that his older they're not saying who the dad was. Like maybe she just
Sorry.
got pregnant as a teenager, but her
Okay.
parents raised him as their child. Not
Okay.
not an incest story that I know of. I've never heard that part of it. Just that
Okay.
she was
Okay.
possibly his
Okay.
mom.
I'm sorry. I
Yeah.
thought that's why I was like, whoa. I thought that's what I was hearing. Sorry. So,
Oh no. No, no worries.
so you're saying the oldest sisters,
Layla.
right?
How it
Yeah.
says Layla M. Johnson, that there are
Mhm.
rumors from Betty's kids. Only Betty's kids have ever told me this. But yeah, that Lulla was possibly my grandfather's real mother.
Okay. I mean, I can see
Because
that happening. I've
yeah,
seen
how she
cases
was
like
born
that.
in 1918 and then he was born in 90, what does it say, 32 or something?
We'll check all that right now.
So that would make her like 14, 15, and I
Mm.
mean, you can get pregnant then. But that's just I don't know that to be true, and they're both passed away. So I mean, I don't know how we would. And Layla never had any children
DNA
outside
test.
of that supposed story. She never had any children, unless my grandpa was her only child. And I will say this, that they were the last two alive, the oldest and the youngest. My grandpa Floyd and my auntie, everybody calls her Lucy. And basically she lived about a 7-minute drive from him when they both passed away. First first she passed, then he passed. Yeah. Those are all them. Yeah, that's my grandpa. I mean, not my grandpa, but that's my uncle. My Uncle Harold. I know him too. Like they all lived in the neighborhood together, so I would imagine way beyond then they like always kept around each other. Because at one point, Betty lived right next door to us in Compton. I mean, not Betty, Billy. My bad. Betty lived down the street, the Compton Carson borderline, and Wanda lived in the Compton Gardena borderline. Right, Cindy? Because it is there. I think I know my aunt Faye, Glenda, and Florence are all enrolled in whatever that conglomerate of tribes in Oklahoma is? Where are you taking her? There's part of it right there. The other half, right there in that chair. Right? Oh, look at this. Those girls want to all try to run in the freaking house. Look.
Okay, so I found William McKinley Johnson's dad and mom. So this is from a Social Security application thing.
George Johnson and Fanny Douglas.
Yeah. So
Well, at least that's the one black person that you know, my since you're gonna say Frederick Douglass. And then if we were going by looks, everybody thinks that my aunt was actually born here in Esmeraldas. They think I'm something else when she's from Esmeraldas, which is hilarious. Look, they all try to run in the house though. That's the be the issue. I do not want them on my rabbit. I bet. And then 50 more is trying to sneak into the house. No, I said your dog probably gonna go into labor today. I've been clocking her. She is due about somewhere. I don't know where she gonna go. She can go underneath that cabinet thing over there, but she ain't coming in the house with them. She gonna act too crazy. And the moment she tried to attack one of my bunnies, I see I can't even be watching her like that. Yep, Jean knows that's all my grandpa's siblings. Except for the Mamie. I don't know. Oh, I have heard of Mamie, but those are okay, these are siblings. These are his aunties. Okay, those are his aunts. Oh my goodness. Look how much popped up at the top. Boy, we getting thick. This tree is getting bushy.
yeah.
So let's just say everybody in the chat, y'all are related to me somewhere. No, I'm playing.
Well, yeah. I mean, I guess everybody's related. You know, everybody has the last name's a progenitor somewhere, right? But it has,
Right.
But like saying we all come from underneath. Yeah, I guess.
I don't know. They say Lilith and Adam have some children too. Didn't they? And don't they also say Lilith has some children with Adam?
Are you asking me something? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was.
What did
I
you
was
ask me?
asking you something because you were saying we all came from Adam and Eve.
No, I'm
And
just
I
saying
was
it's like saying when we say we're all related, we kind of, I mean, it's kind of true, but then it's also like we've been mixed. A lot of generations go, people become their own clans, their own families.
Oh, yeah.
So it depends. Like when you say we're all related, like how far cousins are you? Like how,
Yeah, I was really being facetious. Oh, somebody has Bennett on their tree. Wop-wop's bone. gonna make come on, she never going out again. Right? That's how I be coming. My
And here's Fanny's death certificate. Fanny Douglas, right? And George Johnson husband, confirming. And Nelson Douglas, the dad, from Missouri. You see that? Bates County, Missouri. MO.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. I know. At one point, when I was a young child, my dad was stationed. I know he was stationed in Missouri. So all this is interesting.
Oh, they put MD, but I think that says MO. So let me see.
Because MO is Missouri, isn't it?
Sorry.
And MD
Yeah.
is
Yeah, Missouri.
Massachusetts.
Yeah, they
No,
messed up.
MD.
No, they
Missouri.
put I think they put Maryland, but it's Missouri.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Same kind of cake they always have. I was looking for chocolate cake that in. Because we gotta make it. I need some chocolate from the island.
Douglas. You know what Douglas means?
No.
It means black.
Oh, hey.
Two ways of saying black, Douglas, like together. Like saying Negro black, Swarty black. Douglas.
Hey.
And Gloss. That was brought by Black Europeans first.
Oh, I was so at peace. There's not a tick on her.
I don't think I've ever heard you say you were at peace. That's crazy. I'm gonna write this day down in history.
He's the queen of
Okay, my aunt, be quiet.
Okay, what is this right here? Texas, Grayson, owner's name. Okay. I'm glad you guys entertain yourselves and have side chat. That's good, because I'm over here focused on the details, so I might get too concentrated and not talk for a while.
Is that what land they own? Yeah, that's exactly what that is. Oh, sorry, I was looking at YouTube again. My bad. Because you said the chat. I looked up to look at the chat, and then my eye caught the full vision.
It's because I have both. I have both screens open. You know, I have the chat and the Zoom window in front of me, both of them.
Okay, I don't know how to do that. So I have you. I'm looking at the chat on YouTube while the Zoom on my phone.
Yeah.
YouTube is on my TV.
Yeah, the same kind of way. Just try to look at the phone more. I know it's probably smaller, but that's
No,
stuff
yeah,
like
it just caught my eye that you were looking at land survey.
that's fine. Like,
When I looked at the chat, so I'm like, okay,
okay.
what we are getting up there. That's the third great grandparent. Okay. Look, you guys. This is all our family tree. Going back. Let's see, we're in 1871 right now. There was somebody named Gerald Dede. Imagine if I named you after your dad and just threw an Edie on me. Right, Uncle Hijack is brother to Uncle Ruckus. Keeping house.
So here's Fanny Douglas's mom and dad at 8 years old. Nelson Douglas and Jane Douglas.
Talking about can I write? They had whether they could write or not. That's wild. That they had on the census whether they could write or not. I would have lied and said, what do you even said? I would have started just moving my fingers. That was maybe the first gangbang sign. The fuck do you mean can I write or not? Can I read and write?
Uncle Ruckus.
Right. I was saying he was brother to Uncle Hijack because somebody said Uncle Hijack pulled up. Douglas, black. Signs, that's funny. Breathing all the white man's air. Breathing all the white man's air. Did we look at that? What's that Freedmen Bureau about?
I'm seeing. So this is
Okay.
a Nelson Douglas in Natchez, Mississippi. So I don't know if that's him.
Okay.
He's from Missouri, and he ended up in Texas. So I'll hit maybe just in case.
Well, they all travel around because you see
Yeah,
how my
yeah.
aunts were on my grandma's side were spread around from Philadelphia to Cali and wherever. It's gonna be the same way when you get to Ali Mae. She stayed in Oklahoma, but a lot of her sisters went out west to Oregon and Washington.
Convict racer. See, I don't know if this is him either. These are like hints they're giving me.
Knowing by my family blood, I would say probably yes.
Probably.
What Kendrick said, I got everything in my
Outlaws.
DNA. So yeah,
Outlaws. Cowboys. Outlaw.
because I'm
The
a
Wild
cowboy.
West. It is the
Yeah.
Wild West.
Oh, gracias. ¿Qué pasando?
Entonces, está listo, señor.
Okay.
El eléctrico allá no ha hecho nada.
Okay.
Esos acoples que él ha puesto para que perfore el cable y pase la corriente para acá, no estaban haciendo nada.
Okay, yo llamo no sabe. Pero tu reparar está trabajando ahorita.
Sí.
Okay, gracias.
Ahí compruébelo más o menos una hora.
Una hora.
Sí, compruebe.
Okay. Okay. Okay, gracias.
Deja el control.
Okay. Gracias mucho. Yo no sé tú dices tu nombre. Edgar.
Edgar.
Okay, gracias Edgar. Soy Elisa.
Tiene que decirle que devuelva el dinero que le pagó por instalación.
Sí, porque yo pago 80 por la instalación.
Que le devuelva, aunque la mitad, y me llama para yo venir a comprar.
Okay, sí, porque mi dueño dice, esta trabajadora de mi hotel. Okay.
Yeah.
He basically, okay, gracias. He got it working now, but he's saying whatever went on outside is not working. And I need to call him and get my money back and then split it with him. That's what he said. Yeah. We're definitely some cowboy West Riders. Make our own laws. Probably he didn't find a convict number for my dad. And black lipstick. I don't know how that happened, but it's working right now. Nelson does it.
Oh, like you know that you it just the baby is Arabic means
How do you know Arabic but you don't know Spanish? Well, you better go to the Spanish TikTok. So I don't gotta translate for you no more. The hell. What about the Wild Wild West and Will Smith? Do not put Will Smith in my family, even though he does look like he could be related. But yeah.
Hi, Erin. But, like, the pictures of the police, like, my mom's not even songs like that. I said, "Mom, thank you."
People used to fight with your siblings that talking about I was Eve. Some little white kids in church tried to tell them that I was Eve and that every time they was like, no, she's not. It was like y'all are lying. That is her. Like what? Eve? No, the singer from she's a Rough Rider, the rapper who always used to keep her hair short like Jada. Jada too small for me to ever be her.
But not. And
Yeah. What Johnny Johnson was that?
there's something.
Is that Lil? That means I think me and Tiffany are fucking cousins.
What?
Cause she said her grandpa was I forgot Mackey or McKinley, and they used to call him Mac. Might be right.
So you wouldn't know Joanna Floyd, right? Her people, her parents.
No.
Okay, so we're getting two hints saying it's Stephen Titus Floyd and Louis Anadora Flakes, her parents.
If that's the address, that address definitely looks because that looks like 140.
Which one?
Oh, I'm sorry. It was like a 119 something Los Angeles address, and that looked like. But let me not look on the. Yeah. Okay.
I don't know.
That address looks familiar, but I'm trying to see if that was the date or the actual address. 1964. That's just the death date. I thought it was an address. Call Nanny on her phone and see if she'll answer before you call her. Let me call her on your phone. I'm gonna see if I can get my grandmother to answer. There's no guarantees though. I'm gonna try. Aren't they like arresting like free people at some point for like the dumbest of shit? Oh, you supposedly don't have a job, let me arrest you. Or you don't have $5, let me arrest you. Supposedly. What about your other phone? Oh. Ooh, you're eating bunny food. It's like chocolate M&Ms. Only bunnies are supposed to eat their own poop, not you.
In 2 years, you don't think about it.
What?
You don't think about it. Oh, yes, nothing. Watch that. Small sound because I never moved my other.
So my friend is Kurimeo. My friend is telling me to look for anybody who's tax exempt.
Huh?
Also look for relatives who could be tax exempt. Like when you're coming across the record.
What do you? I'm sorry. I'm trying to figure out what you're asking me. What are you asking me?
Oh, no, I was saying if we're coming across any records, like, you know, they have a lot of information. If they're talking about being tax exempt or things like that, that's also a clue as to indigenous status. Because I have a friend in my mess that I'm messaging with right now who I forget which tribe he has, but his dad is 110, and they go all the way back to the Iroquois Confederacy. And he was just telling me in the chat how he found out and like what he started seeing that were some giveaways in the paperwork. And he's saying some about older relatives and his parents being tax exempt. But his dad just made 110 last week. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's my grandpa. Wait, California. And those are his parents. I know that for a fact. Caesar. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm looking at YouTube again. But for Bertram, where it says Caesar and Amanda, that's definitely Bertram's parents.
Mm-hmm.
And you'll also find, and you'll find them listed somewhere around the Black Wall Street incident. I might have seen some stuff. because I know my grandpa was there, and like my grandma was telling me the story.
Okay, so I want this is for I'm gonna put the music down. So this is for everybody that's listening, right? Your friend included, and just let her know if she's not listening that you guys are all American Indians, all right? But these names, these surnames are being brought by other people too. So you're more than just American Indians. A lot of you have more American Indian blood than other black folks. Some black folks have more black European in them than the Indian, but the, all so-called black folks have American Indian ancestry, mostly, like it's like in every case. So whether
That
the
word, oh,
like
sorry.
whether the records will pop up or not, that's a whole other thing. Sometimes you got to go really far back. If you're in the five civilized tribes, those will come up, the Dawes and all that, but that doesn't mean if you're not in those tribes that you're not an Indian. You know what I mean? Too. So it's not like I said, you go a certain period back, hopefully before 1830s, and you start seeing where your people are in those areas at those times, late 1700s, 1600s. You start seeing the names involved, and you'll start being able to link them to the families that the Indians were linked to with those surnames. And
Mm.
and like your friend, I don't know how far back she went or who she talking about, like how far where she can get.
He's a man,
Okay.
and I think he's 77
Yeah.
currently.
So,
Somewhere.
some people are lucky to know orally, they've had the history, they've been preserving it, you know, whether they know if it's just like part Indian because they think they might be slaves who married into the tribe, that's a whole other thing,
No,
so.
from what my grandma told me, now that's what white folks would do.
No,
She
I'm talking
said
about your
that they
friend.
would get. Oh no, yeah, I don't know about his story, but from what my grandma told me about what would happen in Oklahoma is that white men would get with the women, have a baby, so that they had to have a claim to the land because if you otherwise you weren't able to buy land there. And then after they would have a baby, they would just leave her. That's what my granny told me about them early periods in Oklahoma. Because I grew up spending almost every summer in Oklahoma.
Mm-hmm.
So we definitely, I used to be a little kid running around in my moccasins and with our bow and arrows, throwing rocks and doing Gwendolyn. Yeah, that's my grandma's sister. Yeah, those are all my granny's sisters. Wait, who did it? Let me go back up. When it said Gwendolyn, what did it happen? I don't know if they still have it down today. Because, yeah, they still have their land in Sapulpa. And Glenda lives, I don't know if she lives in Sapulpa or one of those other little towns around there currently. But I know she lives in Oklahoma now. She moved back there. That would make sense. That he was in the military, and I also know that he worked the railroad that Bertram did. Yeah, at Cairo. anything that is saying Bertram with the parents of having Caesar, Vaden, and Amanda, right? Those are his parents.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm very sure about that. I saw so many records. I wouldn't be
Yeah.
added. Like I wouldn't have added that without asking you first.
Yeah. I just see it on the screen, so I
So
wasn't really
no
on
worries.
my
It's
phone.
like when
Okay.
if you ever like doubt anything, just rewatch the video and you'll see like why I'm connecting everything and why I'm adding people. I'm showing everything.
I don't have any doubts.
Okay.
I'm just helping to confirm because, like you said, I'm here. I just seen something I knew was right, so I'm like, okay, yeah. Because I listen to the oral tradition, the stories of that stuff, and remember. I don't know who else of Marjorie's grandkids know these stories, but I know I do. All right, that's where Grady Hospital comes from. Muskogee, yeah. Now that's my grandma Ollie's parents with Jenny Hines, and there was it was Jenny and something that I just saw, but it clicked off already.
So for Oli Mae Hines, we got Matthew Wisdom Hines, Reverend Matthew, her dad, and Jeannie Lewis Hadley. I know you sent me some
Yeah,
Hadley stuff. Okay.
yeah, exactly. Even though I don't know why you see they have the parents' name spelled right, and then it had
They-
her name spelled right, wrong right above that.
yeah,
Somebody was a little dyslexic
well,
on that was it 1910 census?
hmm
But yeah, that's her.
so they are listed as mulatto here. Let me see.
Now, see, I haven't seen that. I've just seen the ones where it said she was listed as black.
Mulatto, mulatto, mulatto. Tomato, tomato, mulatto.
So we got the Mexican and black on one side, supposedly the
So
crayons.
they got everybody
That's
in the
really-
family, including Matthew the dad as mulatto, and they got the mom, Jeannie, as black. So where's the white?
But keep going through Jenny's now. When you start going through the Hadley and the Jenny uh genealogy, you'll see how it just debunks that. That's crazy.
So it starts becoming lighter, right? That's what you're saying? That
On her, yeah, because that Hadley line goes back to the that I know of to Ireland to Thomas and Simon Hadley.
so you said to where? To Ireland?
Yeah,
Okay.
like eventually it's gonna go back.
Okay. I mean, all the names do. That's what I'm trying to explain to you from the beginning. So that doesn't
Yeah,
mean necessarily that that's why they're white. You get what I'm saying? That
yeah. No, I'm not saying that that's why they're white, but I'm just saying that that's funny. It must have been like I don't know what would make them make that designation.
Mhm.
But I think it had something to do with the so-called supposedly white Hadley that were maybe pushing that line, like, oh no, they have to say that they're black on their side. Like what? That's interesting. His middle name was Wisdom. That's dope. Matthew Wisdom Hines. That's one of her sisters, Eunice. Yeah. Willie Ticket. Oh, that's Uncle Willie. You see, sometimes they have Jenny's name spelled. Sometimes they have it spelled with a G, and then other times it's spelled with a J.
Mhm.
From what I know of, is with the really with the G. hmm I know Matthew, Uncle Matthew.
So you see where the Hines are coming from?
Yeah, Florida.
Florida. Okay.
Yeah, and you'll start seeing all types of documents. Um, Jacksonville, Florida, Georgia, and North Carolina,
Okay. So I
and
want people
then
to see
like
that like all the way from Florida and then up to California. So
okay,
like Keisha yesterday was kind of like maybe he's not from there because it was a 20-minute drive to another town. I'm like, well, people move to different states, so 20-minute
that's
drive is
what I'm
nothing.
like. Yeah, we've been traveling. I mean, I'm in South America. That's what I'm saying. So you'll start seeing us pop up all around up and through there, relatives of the Hines and the Hadley families. And then just like they had May spelled with a Y, and that ain't how you spell her name. It's with an E and not a Y. Yeah, so you guys, sometimes if the spelling is a little off, verify the rest of the information because that doesn't mean anything. Because I don't even think my children can read cursive at all. Can you read cursive, my aunt?
A little bit.
Oh yeah, that's a no. You can read Japanese, but you can't read cursive. That's just the facts of it.
But I know we
It's just a fact. We ain't gotta talk about it. I'm doing something anyway. But that's crazy. All this time they really have her name so wrong. But that why.
Wow, it's a lot of Heinz. Oli had so many
Yeah.
siblings. Yeah.
And then one of them, Jimmy, they said he had 30 kids. That's the one that I said. They said he went, like, you'll find him under every race. Because it was like a family joke. They thought he was crazy, but he would literally go to whoever was giving away money to whatever group of people and play that part and get the money and come back to the family with it.
Okay.
Her brother Jimmy. And then they're spread all across the United States too. Because I know her sisters used to live in Washington and Seattle and in Oregon when I was a kid. We used to drive up there and in Sacramento to go visit them. That's true, Jacob.
What'd you say? Oh, to Jacob. Okay.
Yeah, in the chat saying about
Yeah.
talking about Christmas.
Okay. So far we got. Did your friend write you back about Marshall, Eunice's dad? That's the only one.
No, my auntie hasn't hit me back.
Okay. So far that's the
Okay.
only one we're missing.
Okay.
Okay. And let's
So
see.
he hit me with the I'm at work. I'm working.
Okay. So we got all your second great grandparents except for the Marshall one. Okay.
Uh-huh.
All right. So that's Jeannie.
Let me see. Sorry, I was in the chat trying to get my dad.
That's what everybody's saying.
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
and that's why I said now remember she was listed as black.
She's
And
listed
while
in black
everybody else
everywhere.
was listed
This is what I
as
want
mulatto.
everybody. This is what I want everybody to pay attention to. She was listed black, Negro everywhere in all the records, mulatto.
But the rest of her family said mulatto. That's why I said that's
Yeah.
funny.
Yeah, mulatto, but also black, Negro. Yeah.
But hers didn't say mulatto. It was everybody else in the family.
Yeah, exactly. On that
But
record.
But
Yeah.
hers said black.
Yeah, on that record. But right here, look, she's black.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that's why I
Yeah.
laughed and said,
Yeah.
how could they just like pick her out as
All right,
being
guys.
black, but everybody else was mulatto?
So she's being called black, guys. This is what I want you guys to see. Okay?
Because if we showed one of these MAGA people a picture of her today, they'd be like, that's their
Yeah.
grandma.
Yep.
Like, seriously. They would swear that was they people.
Yeah, and her dad is Harkless Hatley and Maury Walden.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. I know I see a couple people chatting in the chat. I hope there's more people watching though. Everybody paying attention. Everybody, see, I know it gets long and might get a little boring here and there while we're looking through all the hints. I hope you guys are picking up so far, and
Because
like,
y'all might be related. Y'all might see a
yeah, might
name
have
or
these
hear a
families.
name.
Yep, yep.
Yeah, that's what I was listening for yesterday to like see where like if any crossed or anything's possible. And I
Yep,
believe we're all getting drawn together for a reason at this specific time. So
yep. So yeah, her death certificate confirms her parents. Yes,
look on the dish.
in case people are doubting, this is what you're gonna see what some of these people look like, right?
There's no doubt with everything going back, and it's probably already going to be there. Everything going back from the Heinz Hadley. A lot of it's already been verified.
Yeah, people kind of like more like gossip, controversial conspiracy stuff. They'll watch that if you want to debate this, debate Pan-Africans, debate Moors or whatever. You'll see a whole 500 people there.
Fucking talk fest.
Not with this. Not with this.
Yeah.
It's all good. It's all good. The people who need to see it will see it.
And all I can say is I'm so thankful. I'm very thankful for the work that you do. And I'm just thankful that it's folks like you out here. Because I'm going to tell you, you and UB, I'll be on it. I'll be watching y'all videos.
Yeah, you're very welcome. I appreciate, you taking the time to watch them and try to learn and, even go further and do your genealogy and all that. So.
And see people how they moved from Florida to California. They started out in Florida and ended up in Cali.
Yeah, it might even start out somewhere before Florida too.
Yeah. Well, I was looking at
like
since
Virginia,
these are listing
Georgia,
birth
North
and
Carolina.
dates, birth and deaths. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, see, look at it's your great. It's your third great grandma right here, on the YouTube screen. Oh, he flipped past it already, but I'll show you later. Oh, come here, look at the phone.
So what? Is that just the camera?
Shut up! Don't be talking about people. Don't. No, it's not just the camera. That's what they look like. Yes.
That's Matthew, right?
That's Harkley. Huh?
Matthew? Is this Matthew right here that you have?
Oh, yeah. I thought it was Harkley, but yeah, that's Matthew.
Okay.
That's one of the brothers. They all look the same.
Reverend Matthew Hines.
All these preachers on
Reverend
all the sides of my family. Wednesday.
Retired Baptist minister. Reverend C.H. Bennett
Masonic
will
rites.
officiate service in the church, and Masonic rites will be conducted at the gravesite in the Mountain View Cemetery. The Sterling Funeral Home is in charge of.
Don't hate
Masonic,
me, y'all.
like,
Don't hate me.
okay. Sorry, sorry about that, but hey,
Hey, it is what it is. I already knew. I
it's
already knew it was finna get grimy, and that's why I'm so like I don't know. I'm like an anti-establishment person, and so I'm like the outcast of the family because yeah, I'm supposed to be holding up this bullshit, but it's lies, and my soul itches when I hear lies.
it's in a lot of
He
people's
sure got
families.
your
They just
eyes.
they just won't admit it, or want to people to know. But it's in a lot of people's families. People think the boule is a certain thing, like, oh, that's not my people. That's not my people's.
Right?
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
everybody's family but
dude.
theirs.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Well, I know for sure that their whole OBGYN they used to take us to that he was I saw his name on the boule list. So yeah, I don't have any doubts. And like I said, all these reverends, all these doctors, and I still remember why they so called let Nat Turner preach and why they wanted him to preach. So yeah. Even though I wish they would keep it consistent on how to spell Hines. 'Cause
So you can confirm Matthew's parents, Samuel Hines and Sarah Burkett, Elizabeth Burkett, or did you get past Matthew?
I want to say yes, but give me a second. I'm gonna have to go through that
Okay.
little family book that I have. It might take me a second. But I know for sure Matthew. That I know that name. That's familiar to me.
Hey, Matt Aroak, Owagwan. Hey, bro, are you in Jamaica, man? Let me know, man. Hit me up. Might be dropping by a yard soon. We did it. Jam rock.
Somehow all the Waldens are gonna join the Hadleys in the. Let me see exactly where it happens.
Yeah, cause the only record I got with possible parents is when he's living in Georgia, and I didn't, he's from Florida and then he's in California. So was he in Georgia too? Do you know?
Yeah, they were
Okay.
in Georgia. I see some stuff in Georgia, but it's also you're gonna find this is the Waldens, this is the right page.
Okay.
So I'm sorry, I just got a brain fart, but yeah, I know they were all in Georgia because like I say, they're all like where is a lot of that goes back to Thomasville and whatever else they named that area around Thomas County, Georgia, and some. Let me see.
So I'm getting that his parents are actually born in Alabama, even though he was born in Florida. This was what I was telling you. That probably goes back somewhere
Okay.
else. And all that makes sense historically when you know what's going on with wars and people getting relocated, certain people moving certain places, migration patterns.
I think because we got Simon and they kind of the way this book is kind of because I know eventually we're gonna get to a Simon D. Hadley Jr. and a Charlotte A. Moore and a Jasper Hadley when we keep going back far enough. But me see. And this is saying Thomas County, Antebellum, Thomas County. Okay, but who is this for? Oh, that's Simon Hadley.
So Samuel Hines, born Alabama, married Elizabeth in Jackson, Florida. Then he passed away in Georgia. And the wife from Alabama, Rock Mills Randolph, and passed away in Georgia.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to like find the specific,
No worries.
because
Yeah,
the
take
way
your
they
time.
have it is the way they have it in like my little in the family lookbook. It kind of, instead of how like we started with me and we're going back, they kind of started supposedly from back and came forward. Wait, didn't somebody went to Harkless, right? Harkless, Walden, and Mary Walden, Hadley?
Somebody named Harkless, you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
I'm
your,
trying to figure.
yeah, that's Matt, Jeannie's dad.
Okay, so what I'm looking at is the son of Harkless. Well, why is it saying the son of Harkless? Okay,
So Jeannie, go to her husband,
had-
Matthew, right? That's what you're trying to confirm.
okay, but it's not written in a. It's actually written out and not in a tree form, and then it's got stories in between with names and who they married, and so it's kind of hard for me to figure.
No worries.
Let me.
I got the
and, like,
record.
that's
Like,
what-
I just wanted to verify, you know, just to make sure.
And it's interesting because like they have their names, but they don't necessarily have a area. But
Here's your ancestors' grave,
let me
Amanda
see,
Wright.
Because, Amanda, wait, who are you talking about? Because Amanda's on the Vaden side.
Amanda Wright. You know who Amanda Wright is?
It says their mother's name was Elizabeth Betty Walden. Was Harkis Hadley? Harkis Hadley was married to Mary Walden Hadley.
Yeah,
And
Amanda's Bertram's mom, Amanda Wright.
Yeah.
Okay. So just,
Okay,
you know,
because
you're probably
I
gonna
found
see
a
the
picture
same
of
names everywhere. So just because, you know, you hear Amanda, don't mean it's the same. It's probably another Amanda in your tree.
Yeah, I keep seeing it on all the different sides, on all four. Like the names are interchanging. Like how we have those Julias very close together.
Yeah.
And then
Okay. So are you able to verify Amanda's people, parents?
I really don't, because that's not in
Okay.
within the information that I have.
Yep.
I don't.
No, it's pretty
know
far
who else
back. I
can
mean,
be.
this that would be your third great grandparents. So I mean, you did pretty good already.
But I hate that it's just like on one side that I have an abundance of information. It's because I know for Jeannie Hadley Hines and Matthew Hines, I have what they have because I guess Jeannie's parents is Harkless Hadley and Mary Walden Hadley, and then their mom. I don't know if it was whose mom this is, but at the top of that it says Elizabeth called Betty Walden.
Yeah. So, Dan. So Dan, a lot of death stuff is not always gonna be exact, like accurate. I'm talking about the death stuff. I'm talking about like funeral records, grave records, death certificate, because it's based all on informants. Nobody's really verifying. People pay for this, so if you pay, if you're the one paying, you give the information. The information, the grave people are not gonna say, "Are you sure that's your mom's or your grandma's birthday?" They just put whatever you paying for. So sometimes people don't remember the ages exactly. They start rounding them up, just like how we're doing today. Like, oh, I think it's this. I think it was 1980, and then we actually find the records, right? So that stuff's not always gonna be correct, but that matches what I have actually. That picture. So that other picture you were talking about, maybe you're talking about this one, right?
I hadn't even seen that because I'm sorry, I have not been looking at the Zoom or the
Yeah.
YouTube. I was looking in
No,
my
no, no. He's not
family's
arguing. No, he's not.
genealogical book trying to make sure that I could verify
No,
the
it's not arguing.
information. But yeah,
But yeah, he did.
that's what
He
I'm
know.
saying. That Amanda has to be right because, like I said, when I was looking at this before from my grandpa Bertram, I
Mhm.
found information for him in both Texas and Oklahoma. So
Yeah.
that
So
definitely tracks.
what I'm trying to say, maybe to Dan, is that that might be Amanda's mom, because Amanda's mom is also named Amanda. If you guys notice,
Well,
so
that would make sense.
yeah, because he's right about the years. This one says 1857, but you guys can see Amanda's grave is smaller. The Amanda right? It's this one, more modern looking, right? And so that image is probably of her mom's grave, which she would be a right too, but she's a Slater, Amanda Slater, married.
Hmm.
Okay, so well, those are good
Like how
observations.
the lady yesterday, didn't she have a junior, a Colleen Junior or something in her family?
Carrie, yep,
The woman,
yep.
yeah,
Corrine, yep, Corrine.
yeah.
Yep. You know, try to remember everything, but it's like so.
Yeah, I have one of those ADD brains, so yeah, I remembered that part. Like, oh yeah, why? Because I took a piece of your bread. I deserve to eat too. Oh yeah, one of my cousins just confirmed the Joanna Floyd was her maiden name, Johnson Mary name.
Joanna
Born
Floyd.
December 19th. Uh-huh.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
William McKinney Johnson. So all that stuff was right. And she was like 90 plus when she passed away.
Okay.
Mama Joe.
So tell her we have her parents, which is Joanna Floyd's parents, Stephen Floyd and Louise Anadora Flakes. You think she can confirm that? I mean, I got records with her, but it just, makes it 100% more sure. Like all these people are associated with records. So, and yeah, William McKinley Johnson. We got George Johnson and Fanny Douglas for his parents, and we even got his mom's parents. So,
Yeah, because I was talking to my Uncle Harold's oldest daughter.
okay.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'm definitely like there was definitely double up on names because she was saying Uncle Mac was named after McKinley. Okay, and Noah Walker, yeah, was the she keeps saying stepfather, and
Well,
that Eunice's dad's name was
look,
Marshall.
to make it sound less so state government wide, and but it did. I mean, they put foster parents. They could have just meant step parents, right? But it seems, who are they to her? Like, why did they receive her? What's the story behind why they were raising her? Did they just go somewhere adopted, or are they actual foster parents to work for the and do this? It's
She probably doesn't know
that
them.
with stepdad is still foster parent still plays in. That's not the biological parents. So, nobody's trying to make her like she didn't have a family and stuff. Like, that's not what I'm trying to say. Okay, so
Nobody's
like,
taking. Don't
no,
don't
what I'm
take it.
saying is, no, what I'm
Yeah.
saying is, like, your friend, like I get what she's saying. I get where she's coming from. Like, she'd rather me say stepdad than foster dad. Like, because I know that foster has a bit more negative. I like, because not
Yeah, I
not all
get what you're
foster
saying.
parents are good. They just trying to get that money, and they don't, but maybe these were good people. They were like
Yeah,
her parents. Yeah. So I get it. But literally it said foster parents on the record.
Well, that's what I'm telling her now. I'm probably gonna have more information in the whole family, so I ain't really necessarily worried about
Exactly. That's what
what
I'm
they
trying to
can and
explain to
cannot
you.
confirm.
From like, you're
Yeah,
literally
that's why I'm like, you explaining to the wrong person, and I don't really care about nobody's feelings. Feelings
exactly.
ain't fact.
There you go. There you go. You got the
Feelings are
drop
not
now.
fact.
You got the drop. You're the source. Plus, you
Right?
know that history is false. So that's that's like even more why you are the source now. A more correct factual source than whatever anybody else may be saying, no matter how many college or university degrees they have, or Masonic degrees, or whatever degrees they got.
Right? No matter how many rites was performed by the side of your grave. Oh, that's so funny. What was they doing? Fucking pouring baby blood at the side of the grave? What was going on? That's why they don't like me, but I don't care.
They're gonna like you now. They're gonna respect you now, though.
How you like me now? Just like that old school Kuma D film. You're making fake pizza again?
We need to.
I'm sorry.
No, don't worry. I need to kind of verify Amanda's parents. Amanda Wright.
Oh dang! I just had that. Wait. That's for Grandpa.
I don't know if you'll have.
Bertram.
I don't know if you'll have it, but do you think you have it? That info? I mean, they're giving me Andrew Jackson Wright and Amanda Slater's potential. Not sure where that's coming from. And then I got this other Oklahoma Indian Territory census, right? Which is giving me a Amanda Wright. That could be a whole other Amanda, but it's giving me that, and it's giving me different parents, Joseph Wright and Ellen Wright. So just want to verify. And
Caesar Raiden, I know that was his name.
So
her husband's name.
So this other family has Andrew Jackson Wright and Amanda Slater as the parents. So I'm just looking to see what.
Well, then that matches up, kind of.
Well, not really. I don't go off what family says because I don't see no records. Should I just disregard the Oklahoma Dallas Road one? I mean, I don't know if how long she lived. It says she passed away in Oklahoma. So.
Yeah, then I'm gonna say but the information kind of matched up. So why would you take away one when they kind of had interchanging information? Unless I'm tripping.
Yeah, they have two different sets of parents. We could only go one way. Right? It's either Andrew Jackson Wright, Amanda Slater, which other family members have on their tree. I don't see no sources for, but then I got this hint right here. That's why I'm asking. And I know she passed
It's
away in
probably
Oklahoma.
on that hint. Yeah, I'm gonna say it's probably the latter.
The what?
It's probably the latter, the one at the bottom with the parents, that's Joseph Wright and Ellen Wright. But let me see.
Why? That just because it's in the Dosro, or what?
No, because of the area. No, that doesn't matter. But I know they did do some work to get into that because, like I said, I haven't personally tried to do it, but I know that my aunts, who are all older than me, have, and they are on the list. So I don't know how they did it, when they did it. That's they like gatekeep that information, like they like gatekeep the hell out of their enrollment information from me.
She passed away in
It's
Oklahoma. I don't
actually
doubt
weird.
it. She's in Oklahoma for a reason, so I don't doubt it. But
And like I said, they still have their land in Oklahoma. The Ollie Mae and Bertram's land, they still have that house. And
I'ma hit
then my
search.
aunt Glenda moved back there, and she has more land.
Okay, I'm gonna hit search. Okay. And see what I find.
And I'm about to call my grandma and see if I can get her to
Okay.
answer the phone.
Check out these images. So some
Definitely,
public.
that looks like my grandpa Bertram. I
Okay.
feel like I've seen these pictures before. Oh yeah, that's Amanda, right? Is that supposed to be a picture of Amanda?
It says Amanda Wright Baden,
Okay.
so I think
I told you, like, I knew off bat that was Amanda, and I didn't even open up to see the man in the picture. I've seen that picture before.
okay. And so that was added by. Let me see. Charlene Williams. Does that sound familiar?
It doesn't, but that looks like Amanda.
She uploaded this picture. Yeah.
Yeah, might be a bigger part of the family that I do not know.
Okay.
Let me see. What time is it? 3 o'clock in California. Let's see. Fingers crossed she answers. Probably gonna ring for 20 minutes though. She might fall out of a heart attack if she can answer the phone and hear my voice. Because it is funny. You know why I'm laughing. It's not funny that you're asking me why am I laughing. Hello?
Yeah, I'm here.
Wait, no, I'm trying to. It looks like somebody answered my grandma's nanny. Hello? Hello? I can't tell if she answered or if the. Hello? I don't hear nobody saying nothing. Hang up and call back. And then hopefully if that was her who answered, she'll answer again. Because I couldn't tell if it was the answer machine or what. Because the answer machine might have picked up. But I didn't hear the answer machine message. That was the only thing. Wishing what? I'm not wishing nothing on nobody. Come on. I won't be able to get my hello? Hello? Let me call her on that cell phone. But I think she had finally took Grandpa's that voice message off the phone, and it don't say nothing. 37. I don't even know if I remember her damn number. Let me look. If I remember the cell phone number, I might have to call Carrington and ask Carrington to call for me. Phone trouble.
You put the eggs in there, but you're just gonna stick to the fucking pan. It's not like the waffle maker that has these complicated things.
Don't be ventilating, come on. Hello? Hello? Hey, Nanny, I got a question for you. What was Grandma Amanda's last name? Because I'm doing my genealogy right now, and we got a Amanda Wright. With what did you say her parents were, Kurimeo? Hello? And that's what, but we, okay. That's what I found so far. Are you listening? Can you hear me, Kurimeo? Hello? Oh, you're finna leave. Can I call you on your cell phone? I just need this information verified. I'm trying to get some information verified. Okay. Do you know who her parents were? That's what we're trying to find out. Her, if they were right, because we found some rights as her parent.
So,
Do you know? Okay, and do you know
no,
if they were ever on the Dolls roll? I'm sorry, what did you say, Kurimeo?
just ask her if she remembers these names: Andrew Jackson Wright, Amanda Slater.
Do you remember this name? Andrew Jackson Wright and Amanda Slater. Okay, she said no.
Okay, how about Joseph Wright and Ellen Wright?
How about Joseph? How about Joseph? Oh, she said she didn't know that much about his people.
Okay.
But what about Joseph Wright and Ellen White and Wright?
No worries.
Okay, that's all. That's all you know is just because that's all I know too. But we're finding. I know we got that part already, Nanny. Yeah, we got that part already, but I was trying to get past her to see who her parents were because we find a Streeter and then the Wrights. But I knew the Wrights sounded familiar. And the picture that I saw, was her. Was a picture that I've seen in either your house or Florence's house. It's a picture of her and Grandpa Seaver. Yeah, okay. Yeah, my grandma said that's the picture she have in her house. So if that tracks with whatever you have, then that's right, because she don't exactly know. Okay. Okay, so I ain't gonna hold you since you finna leave. You stay in them streets. Wait, how old are you now? 87? 88? 91? Oh, and I told you had a boyfriend, that's why you always be in the streets. Okay. Well, stay alive then. Okay, we love you too, child. Okay, so yeah, that was probably the right information. I go with my gut when I don't have the information to me.
That still kind of leaves it. So for now, that part will be like, we'll still keep searching, because, well, I'll tell you what you can do to verify. You'll know if people are just making it up, adding fake parents, or guessing, or if they're right. And I'll show you how to do that. Yeah.
Because she said basically she don't know. So the first one, even though she said no, it could be true because she doesn't know.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, but that photo I saw, she confirmed. You heard her say that's the photo I have in my house.
Yeah, it just doesn't tell me anything about the parents.
Yeah. I was just saying if there are any hints related to her that link to that photo, then it's all the same family. Is what I would think.
I mean, I got Caesar's parents for sure because I found the records with him at 2 years old.
Okay.
So his dad is Calvin Carroll Vaden,
Wow.
and mom Dina Vaden. I don't know her maiden name yet.
Oh, that makes sense because one of Linda Faye's children is named Dina, Ladina.
Okay.
So we definitely kept the names going in the family.
Yeah.
Narvi. Yeah, that's my auntie. That's my family. I know that name too. That name I just showed sounded familiar. But I thought that was Ali Mae's side. And yeah, I know Ali Mae got family in San Diego, all everywhere. I don't think it's a state in the United States where Ali Mae ain't got a relative. Like I said, in the genealogy that's online, somebody said it's 2,000 people in Pennsylvania alone from their side, from their line. Because at some place, the Waldens and the Hadleys married first cousins. I don't know if that was Jasper. I think it might have been Jasper married his first cousin. I don't know. That's what I said. That's what I said, but like, was it the island? Like, it was nobody else around? I don't know.
Cousins getting married is pretty. Like once you start going into like, it becomes pretty normal. Like not like first cousins mostly, but second, third.
No, these was first cousins.
Yeah,
from what I
it happens.
see in the paperwork.
Yep, it happens. In a lot of families.
Thank you for your little spin. That's hilarious. Not bestiality. And yeah, definitely the Floyd. Now let me go back to reading what my cousin was saying. I wish they would get in the chat. I don't know what they got going on in their personal life. And I told my first cousin, who's my dad's twin, for him to look because at least half of this will be, or a quarter of this will be for him.
All right. So, would you know Louise? Well, okay. So Joanna's parents, right? Stephen Titus Floyd and Louis Anadora Flakes. So they're giving me possible parents: Terrell Flake.
Oh,
Joanne.
yep, I know that. I know
You know-
that because when we go to the reunion, it's called Floyd Flake something family reunion, but
Okay.
it's the Floyd and the Flake. So
Okay. And do you recognize those
that's
names? Terrell Flake and Joanne Valentine.
there's some of my cousins. If it says Flakes, those are my people. I might not know them
Well,
because they wasn't at Sunday school. I might have not been allowed to know them or necessarily even hear their story. But I know for a fact that my grandpa, like when we get together for his family reunion, I could even see the T-shirt. It's like Floyd Flake family.
Okay.
So that makes sense.
okay.
and then being in Los Angeles about that time, that makes sense. And especially if you look into the life that Lula led, which was his older sister, it would make a lot of sense.
Okay. So I think this is her right here.
And then it said McKinley too, right? It had a McKinley up there. Let me go back.
Are you able to verify with anybody on this side? I think I got her right here, but it says Lucy instead of Louise.
Yeah, and I just think Pasadena. Yeah, that's gonna be us. These are Austin, Texas. Go.
That's where they are, Austin, Texas. The family reunion.
They have them all over the place.
Okay.
Like wherever if it's like I haven't been in a long time since the kid, but my grandma's family, hers rotates. Hers rotates around the country.
Okay.
And then the next one we're having is in Savannah in 2026. For anybody that's from the Hawthorne, Hadley, Walden, Dickey family. It's gonna be in Savannah. They got a page, but they blocked me. I'm on suspension to the end of the month. When I go and post this, as soon as they lift my suspension, then I'm gonna be right back suspended. Yeah, we're gonna eventually go back to North Carolina at some point too. They have I think they still have the Hadley Mansion in North Carolina, where I think one of them, Simon R. Thomas, is buried at. Yeah, all that looks familiar.
Okay, so yeah, I'm not, but other families have her parents as Terrell. Flakes, her dad, and I saw Josephine Valentine on another one. This one says Hughes.
Dora. And Dora, wasn't this the mom's name on Bewitched? I swear that was the mom's name on Bewitched. The grandma. And that would fucking make sense. Oh my God. Spouse Hughes. What's that spouse private about?
Which one?
It's just clicked off now, but one side had said spouse private. Yeah, right on Terrell Flakes.
Which one's private?
And Lucy would make sense because they call my auntie Lula Lucy, and since they recycled names.
I'm just saying that her name is Louise, but what I'm saying is there's like a
No, I
sense
saw
that,
in quotations somebody had I'm reading all around. I might not be focused on
yeah,
the same exact line you're on. That's all.
yeah.
My
What I'm
bad if
saying,
I'm
what I'm
something
saying is there's a record with a 9-year-old Lucy Flake, so it could be Louise. That's what they're trying to hint at. I mean, I could conjecture and okay, that's her, and just put Terrell. But
yeah, I'm not sure.
I think you should verify. But they have the possible parents already, you see, so those won't go anywhere. but I wasn't
Okay.
able to find anything directly linking her to any parents.
And these are Joanne's parents, right?
No,
These are
no, I kept moving from
who's
Joanne. Joanne, no.
no
We're in the Floyd and
no, but
Flakes
wait.
right now. We're in the Floyd and Flakes.
Yeah, I know that. I know that. But Mama Joanne
Oh yeah, yeah,
Johnson
yeah, yeah, yeah,
was,
yeah. Yeah,
yeah,
you're right.
so that's
Yeah,
what I'm
yeah.
saying.
You're
Are
talking
those
about the
her
daughter.
parents
Okay.
from her line? Because that would make sense. That name, because it relates back to her name.
Who?
That's all I was saying. To Joanne, if you were talking about, yes, not my mother, but my grandpa's mother, Mama
Yeah.
Jo. Well, we call her Mama Joe.
So you're saying like she's named after her grandma, right? That's what you're saying.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Okay.
saying. That would make sense.
I okay. I mean, we can go with that if you want.
And it goes back to the flakes. I mean, I'm just saying that would
She
make sense to me, and I don't know
okay.
for sure, but I'm gonna definitely share this with all the older members of my family who could just maybe confirm names they might have heard.
Yeah. So see that
Because if
right here, they have
anybody else,
right here they have Josephine Flake instead of Joanne. That's the mom. Like for Terrell, Lucy, then Lucy's it's not Louise, it's just Lucy. So that's why I'm like, I'm not so sure to add this stuff.
right, or which side of the flakes
So
they
the
are on, like you know what I
but
mean?
but the potential parents that they giving me does say Joanne, but that's not with no hints. That's just ancestry telling me this might be the parents, and not they're not always correct.
Okay.
So I can add
Well,
it,
I don't
but
know. Maybe like what'd you say? And sometimes it takes a few minutes or some
yeah,
days
and maybe
for like,
hopefully, yeah, hopefully more hints pop
yeah,
up that
maybe it'll
like
pop up or
maybe
something
like her
will
death
link.
certificate, will definitely put her parents there, so that might help. But we don't have her death certificate yet, so that might pop up, yeah, later on.
That definitely makes sense. Trying to think of who in my family would know this information. All these.
People like live through the Great Depression.
Yeah, they did live through the Great Depression. We already passed the Great Depression. We back further than that right now. That's why Nanny always got 100 rolls of toilet tissue in her house because any day, like she always got a bunch of food put up, like literally.
Okay. So I think I got Stephen Floyd's parents, so that's John Floyd and Marianne Horton on the Floyd side.
Okay.
Floyd from Georgia, his dad, John Floyd, and Marianne Horton from Georgia as well.
Because if we pay attention in the way that they're moving, aren't they moving with the way that the wars were happening, the Indian wars?
Not always, but yeah, relocations and stuff, yes, part of it,
I'm
but
saying
not.
like the way we're going back in history. I'm not saying with everybody. I'm saying like with us. Like if we were, I feel like if we were to look at some of these timelines and
Yeah,
look at, yeah,
yeah. You have to look for the reason they're moving and all that. But sometimes people are just moving because they were just on the move too. They were always heading over to Texas or California, and they're just like doing stops in
oh
these
yeah,
places.
yeah, that's true. I am an army brat, so I like that means like my dad could get stationed anywhere, and we moved around a lot. Like kind of like when people say I was always the new kid in school. It's just to me, yeah, but to me, I think it makes you a brat because you aren't tied into the idea of American patriarchy. So you've seen enough of the world to realize that they just push propaganda. Like if you've been to Africa and seen people ain't poor, you could say, like, what are you talking about? Or like how we've been here. And when they say it's free and we get here and see people that's actually free, like that's what I mean. So you have a different way of looking at stuff than other people.
And then of course it's
Yes, I'm saying, yeah, like in South America, it's a whole different beast than North America. It's a whole lot less Untamed. It's like Compton was. Like what they say, it's like ATL before the feds moved in.
So, is your daughter born there in Ecuador?
No, she
Okay.
wasn't.
Okay. How does she?
Everybody thinks she is, huh?
How does
What'd you
she
say?
like? How's the experience for her, like growing up there?
Here, yeah, done.
She
It's like fine. It's fine. I don't even know what to say. It's like it's better than America out here because everything's like lower price. You just like if you really want to, you just go to the park and like there's nobody like racist. I have never experienced any sort of racism here except
Yeah.
for the old like gringo thing.
But beyond the price, we're not even talking about the price.
Well, other than that, I don't really remember America because I moved here pretty young.
Yeah.
Like I remember that the sky was gray. Here the sky is blue.
And I would get so white in America, and I'm telling you, since I've been here, I've been copper the whole time. I used to be like during the winter time, I had a winter white color. But I do not get that. I don't know what they do to the sun, what cloaking they are doing, but I'm literally not even the same color anymore.
I
Yeah.
literally used to think she was white.
Yeah,
literally.
used to tell people, "Have you seen my white mom? My mom, she's white." I think she's hilarious.
That's not my fault.
Yeah. I was growing up in Boston. I was very, very pale. I barely got any sun, and yeah, even in the summer, what they're like blocking the sun, and yeah, or it's too hot to be outside, or you know.
It's so interesting. I actually want to hook one of my cousins up with you, but I don't even know where you begin. But it's just something about the voice, because I know with me and my girls, like we can call different family members, and they don't really know which one of us are which. And you sound just like my cousin, Gwendolyn's son, but he was adopted.
Mm.
And you guys sound, and he's also very fair skinned, and I have no idea where he would his origins. I don't even think he does. But like right now he lives in Hawaii. He's like, yeah. But you guys sound almost exactly alike.
So I found a son of Stephen Titus Floyd who's named Terrell. So maybe that is her parents.
Mhm.
That would mean that she would name her son after her dad, Terrell.
I
Terrell.
know. I told you
Terrell
my
Fleck.
gut says yes. I have no facts, but my gut has served me well.
Mhm.
You just say it like that. My gut has served me well. I don't know, but personally speaking, one of the best things about being here to me is how tight the family unit is. Like you will see a family of 5 on a freaking motorcycle. And I'm talking about the parents, the newborn baby, a toddler, and a teenager. And if anybody knows how to ride a motorcycle, to have that type of unity, to move in that type of unity is a blessing. Whether they know it or not, I see it and I recognize it, and I think it is awesome to me. It is so awesome to me.
Okay, so I added Terrell and Joanne Valentine just to see what pops up. Now that we do, like you're right, we have a daughter named Joanna and we have a son named Terrell that they passed the names down to.
Hmm.
So we're going with that. And just verify anyways. Just tell the family what you found.
Yes. Yep, I am. I'm gonna share this far and wide. Soon as and then so they can add their parts on. He's being so baby. He's probably hungry though.
We're going back to your dad's side real quick.
Okay.
I'm at Annie James, which was Haiti, Julia Love's mom, that we found.
Okay.
I don't know if you had her or knew about her, but yeah, that's what.
Patty. Yeah.
Okay. So you see Annie James married Thomas Love in 1903 in Guadalupe, Texas.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That's awesome. You don't gotta whisper.
So somebody's putting that her mom is Emily. Do you have any info on her?
Nope, just what
Okay.
my aunt just sent me. And
Okay.
my dad hasn't responded.
Okay.
But if somebody in the family already put that information, then we're helping each other.
Yes, I just don't like going just because sometimes family just gets hints from ancestry and they just put it. They don't verify.
Oh, okay.
So
Okay, I get what you're saying.
so yes and no, but yeah, it's good to verify because I find that a lot of people just add things and mess up other family members' trees.
But I'm saying the cities and stuff keep matching up though.
Huh?
They might be the fake one, but the Guadalupe and Seguin.
Yeah, that's the area. Yeah, I know your family was there, but that doesn't tell me who the parents are.
Wait, no, hold the phone and listen. Wait for a second. Use that.
And let me see if I can find anything on her. So somebody has her dad this is another family. Edward Lomax James and Emily H. Emma Newton.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see if I can find something.
Yeah, Annie James. And then that's crazy because she ended up marrying a James down the line. Did my grandma Eunice also have a husband with the last name of James?
Yeah. Would Annie? No, that's not. That's Annie. No, Annie Love. Okay, would they pass as white? Would you know?
Yeah.
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 Okay.
The chocolate hasn't come home yet. Is the water on the roof clean? The little bowl. The ducks be dirty enough that little bowl, but I'm like the rabbits might be thirsty. The sun came out.
Is there a marriage license? Annie
Oh,
James.
that's what that is. Okay, because I was trying to read. Okay, yeah.
She's definitely James.
Yeah.
Thomas Love. They put Lane when they digitized it, but it says Love. I have love.
Now, see that's probably what either they do that to make people frustrated, so they quit. It's like or like.
Not really. I saw why they did it. They looked at the second one where it says his name, and they're just not really paying attention. Right here, see? It says almost. They put an N for the V. You see that? I can see why people. Now, if they're doing it on purpose, that's a whole other thing. You know, like I'm gonna pretend I saw a N, because right here clearly it says love.
Yeah.
Right over. Right.
That looks like a V to me.
Yeah. Well, you know, a lot of people again could take this for an N. I can see why. Lane, Thomas Lane, not paying attention.
Yeah. If you suddenly throw in a capital N.
Yeah,
I
but
guess. Okay,
but
we'll let
but
them have.
but people working in this should be very detailed, and they shouldn't be making mistakes like that, and they should be trying their hardest to make sure they're spelling everything correctly or reading everything correctly.
Right, like we
Yeah.
found all those times with the HEINES when it was clearly further down listed just HINES. Like, okay, what does that say in syphilis? What is that? This is a hospital records. Oh, this is a death. Okay, this must be a death certificate. Is that what this is?
Trying to see if this is
Yeah.
hers.
No, it is a certificate of death. This is a 3-year-old kid. Wait, no, what is this? Am I tripping? And notice it says female white.
95. That's what I was asking you if Annie and then we'll pass for white. That's what I was just asking you.
If they were passed away, of course they would be. That person was born in 82 or 1882.
Yeah, but they're talking about when she's passed away. That's a death certificate.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So that's probably somebody else. That's Annie Agnes James, who married a Burnett, I guess. And then we got Annie Love,
Yeah.
Annie James, wife of Tom Love, you see. So again, this one says white.
That's I'm like, you might have still said white and it could have been them.
1940. Gonzalez.
Who was it, Dominic? I thought you already cleaned it. You didn't clean it? Oh, you want me to take the picture? It's so many.
Okay, here we go. This has to be her right here. Okay. So Guadalupe, birthplace. Death age 35. She might have died young.
Well,
So-
you saw what my mom did.
So you see
So-
Seguin, Guadalupe, Texas. And death date 1925. Negro, divorced, 35 years old. Let's see. Guadalupe says name of father Henry Love and mother Celis Randall. The informant is Mattis. I don't know what that says. Mattis Hole, Dale, D.
That looks like a. Oh, that's the first.
I can't read that. See, I wouldn't. I don't know what the first.
Oh yeah,
one
I
is.
can't read that either. It's the Matthias or
Like Mattis something, right?
yeah, Matthias. Yeah, well, yeah, I don't know what that says either.
So that's the informant. So let's see. So I searched for that, and that's what came up. That's like, to me, like, wow. No, actually, that's not her. Why do I say that? Because I just remember she married a Love. She's not a Love by birth. So her parents wouldn't be Love. That's just somebody who actually named Annie Love. So she's a James, remember? That's her maiden name. She married Thomas Love.
And that's funny because I swear my grandma's right back to being a James right now. I swear that's Eunice's last name right now. It's Eunice James. The Stills family tree. When it says this is a part of like how that says Stills family tree, is that like other people who have contributed?
This is somebody
Yes.
else who has an account, right?
Okay, yeah.
And he has somebody named Annie James and Thomas Love. So yeah, Hattie J.
Okay.
So seems like they have related to you. So this is what I
Okay.
was gonna. This is what I was gonna tell you earlier. Wherever we get stuck, and there's people who have the parents, but they have no sources. This is when I would contact them.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm gonna reach out. That's why I
So,
was trying to
so
figure out if
say,
that.
hey, I'm this and
Oh,
this. I'm Annie Love, Annie James, and Thomas Love's descendant, and I just want to know if how do you know these are the parents? You know, you ask him, how do you know these are the parents? I see you have them on, and he'll probably say, well, because I grew up with them, or we have a family Bible, or he could either say, I don't know, I just put that there because there was a hint. So, you'll be able to measure as if he can trust this person or not. Okay.
right.
All right. So that's what I recommend to do on all the ones
But
that
he actually
that we have
looks like.
potentials, but we're not sure.
Okay. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna reach out
There's a Annie
to
Bell
whoever.
James. That might be her because we have her 1881, but it's private members. So that's the other. You like contact these people too. Connie Lamar Davis, Marsha.
Bill Ritter. That looks like one of the names of the ladies in the picture
Yeah.
because they had their not their maiden names and their married names or something
Yeah.
like that. Or they could have just made their names with that. One of my daughters has my last name in her last name.
Guadalupe, Tom Love, Kitty, Kitty Love. He had another wife. And
It just sounds like that's barely America. It just sounds like that's really Mexico. Like a border town. And like I said, I know Corpus Christi, like right there on the Gulf of Mexico. Like right there. Border city for real. Port city.
Okay, so says Thomas Love, parent or mom on this birthday
And Mother
status.
Josephina Love.
Josephine Love, yeah, that's what it says here. Born in Kansas.
You know, so that about born in Kansas. Odyssey, Texas.
Williams, Harfield, Love.
I want to introduce you to my bunny. Okay? No, I was like, I want to introduce her to the bunnies so she won't.
Try to eat them.
Yeah, try to eat them.
Oh,
But I'm so paranoid. I'm not gonna do it while I'm on the phone because I'm gonna need to have my hands to be paying all the attention because you cannot.
oh, baby,
I would fall out if something happens to my bunny.
you have to all baby girl.
And I've really done that collar on too long.
So Tom Love had a couple of wives or partners other than Annie James.
That must be nice. She didn't offer to make me nothing. She got mad when I took a piece of bread.
Okay, so his dad is Henry Ellis Love, coming out of Mississippi. His mom is Josephine Williams Hartfield, coming out of
Hartfield, yeah.
Kansas. Pura vida, mi gente. Shout out to everybody in the chat. You've been there 4 hours with me. I know a lot of you have. I've seen y'all from the beginning.
Thank
know a
you,
lot.
y'all. Thanks for adding you guys energy
Yes.
to my genealogy. I really appreciate it.
Yep. We appreciate it.
And hopefully we're sending you guys some good sunny beach weather. Because that's what we have right now.
Well, you're helping a lot of people with their genealogy, like, so it's a big help for sure.
And the way this family is scattered out, again, might find some relatives. And hopefully some of my relatives got in the chat. I haven't really been keeping that close of an eye on it, but yeah.
Think about it.
You made this look so good. I don't know about it good. Why does it look so delicious?
How does that?
You were waiting for me to burn my tongue, weren't you? That's crazy. And what did you just tell me about wishing stuff on people? That's thank you. Dang, I didn't even realize my grandma made it tonight. She's 91 now. And Eunice is gonna be 100 in 2 years. And 27. I just do something good to do. And this is like the record of you staying off of the computer and your phone. It's been like a good 8 hours. You haven't been on the phone or the computer. Oh no. It's a record.
So, whatever you see, you're on your phone.
Okay, you got it.
If at any point you gotta go, just let me know. Okay?
No, it's all good.
Okay.
Everybody and everything around here is either self-sufficient or somebody else can take care of it. I just have to throw my phone on the charger. I've been waiting for this, so like I said, whatever your schedule is, I'm on it. Whatever you're working with, I'm matching energy, so.
Cool. So Tony Furlow, he says, thank you again, brother and sister, for sharing your ancestors with us.
Thank you.
Talking to you, yep. Thanks.
Thank you, Tony. We're all holding each other up. I heard once that when one tree in a falls in the forest, like it sends out a signal to all the other trees. So that's what we're doing. We're sending out signals to all the other trees out there.
Mm-hmm.
And interestingly enough, Darwin actually came up with his dumbass out of Africa theory in South America. And what was that, in the Galapagos? So that's funny that he had an out of Africa theory from out of South America. I do know that. I was thinking of that when I was watching the history of the camel last night.
So here's a little typed up
see.
obituary for Shadrach Murray that we found earlier. She was married to George Bell. That's where we got the Bells from in your family. And
It's written so poetically.
it says she was the third child of her family. She moved to San Antonio at the age of 16 and was united in marriage to Mr. George Bell. 12 children were born to this union. Her husband and 8 children preceded her in death. She united with the Sanford Chapel United Methodist Church and was the oldest and last charter member of the church. Her survivors include 4 daughters, Miss Marie Moore, Miss Julia Beasley. That's Bell, Julia Bell, too.
Mm-hmm.
That's your great ancestor right there. Noetta Hall, and her siblings, and then the nieces and stuff.
Mm-hmm. And it did. It went back to that Shadrach when we found hours ago, and you were like, we kind of think this might be it, but we didn't want to guess. That was it.
Shadrach,
and the way that was written, it sounded like it was some Masonic rites going on that side of her graveyard too. I was like, when the soul sinks to something, it was a whole poem at the top of there.
So 1930 census. Okay. We can verify all this stuff. George Bell. Roof. So hopefully after your dad sees all the info you found, he'll be more eager to help you out a little bit.
If he didn't show up after the police murdered my son, and he didn't call me till a year later with a bullshit excuse, talking about he lost his phone, but you called me on Facebook. Yeah, I don't know what to make him come running, but hey. And if you're listening, yeah.
See, I tell them you help me, or I'm gonna find out anyway. So,
right?
I'm on it.
Exactly.
So, since her dad was William Murray. Yeah, and Hetty Leonard. This is her death certificate right here.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, again, you never heard of Shadrach Murray before today, right?
No.
Okay, so this is what I'm telling you guys. So now we even got her parents. So we're really far back, and would be, let me see. We're talking about her second great grandma. She never knew about or knew the name specific on the Bell side, right?
Yeah.
And so now we even got her third great grandparents. So this is why, like, we recommend you guys trying this out. You never know how far you're gonna get. I hope that what I'm doing right now, so I can show you how this is, like, you got to be very detailed. You got to take your time. This might take 4, 5, 6 hours, or it might take you days if you don't have the time to put in 4, 5, 6 hours. You can do it every 30 minutes a day, an hour a day, whatever.
Right. That is definitely what I had been doing, and I just hadn't gotten it all together in this way.
Yeah. So they coming from Maryland, the Murrays, and they ended up in Texas, Pleasanton. That's where she was born, Shadrach, the oldest church member.
Right.
Yeah. She's got the record.
Growing people.
She got the record. Ain't nobody beating her.
That is funny.
That's what's up. Hey, nya boy, criollo. Como busta, nya boy. You thought I didn't speak? Oh, you didn't papi criollo, eh? Yeah, Kurimeo papi criollo, man. They thought I was criollo growing up in Boston a lot of the time. I'm talking to Michael Awaken on the chat. He's Cape Verdean from Massachusetts, and I grew up in Boston, Massachusetts. So there's a lot of Cape Verdeans I grew up with, best friends, almost like family members. And I was always there in the family parties. They would invite me, and people would be like, "Hey, whose son are you?" Like, they didn't treat me as outsider. They didn't look at me like a Hispanic, a white person, or whatever. Whatever people, whatever black prejudice people think. They say, "Hey, whose son are you, man?" Like was part of the family. They're trying to figure out, whose son are you? I never seen you before. Like, not in a bad, like not in a bad way, but like they want to know. They want to get to know me. So, like, they didn't say, "Who's this weird guy here? Who's this stranger?"
I know exactly what you mean. A woman stopped me one day on the streets of Esmeralda, and she asked me my last name. And when I told her, she was like, "You're lying to me. You are my family from Venezuela. You look just like us." And she started like telling me like her whole history.
Yeah,
And
she's
so
like,
it's
nah,
like,
nah,
well,
nah, you family. I
she
don't care
did
what you're.
not believe me. She was like, no, you are
Yeah, sure.
Venezuelan. Quit lying.
She's like, sure you are.
Exactly. But like I said, I've seen like doppelgangers of my family. I saw one lady
Yeah.
one day that looked just like Ali Mae, and I was just like, I had to keep myself from staring at her. Like, why is this lady here looking just like my dang on grandma?
Mm-hmm.
She's looking just like Ali Mae. And then my best friend here, even though it says he's Ecuadorian, I think it might just be because he's like a sports player here, like a champion BMX rider.
Wow.
But if you put a picture of him next to my oldest son, Osiris, they look as if they could be brothers.
I'm everyone's child, sign said. Yeah.
Hey, I done been to a few quinceañeras, so.
Yeah.
And not here in Ecuador, in California.
They're like, whose daughter are you?
Exactly.
Like, well, I don't know this cousin. Do you get a lot of attention in Ecuador, or? Well, there's a lot of black folks there, right? Where you're living?
Where I live, there are, and okay. I'm gonna say yes, but for some reason, they will single me out. Me and my older daughter that's here with me, Pilar. Yeah. Mm-hmm. She'll be 18 next month. Now she's very, very. She's almost the color of milk. And my aunt, the younger that one was talking to you, she was 7 when we moved here. She's like darker skin. So everyone always assumes that I had her here and that she's from Esmeraldas. And they either think I've been accused of, like I said, being Colombian, Venezuelan, or if they're really being fucking funny, they ask me if I'm from France or Italy.
Yeah.
And then they'll throw in Jamaica because I have locks. Yeah. And but that, I think that might get more of the attention because there aren't a lot of people with locks here, but there are people with locks because my homeboy, that's the BMX rider, he has locks. So it's just that they know our attitude. I got a different walk, and a lot of men have stated to me like I walk with a lot of self-confidence or self-respect about myself. That's different than, and I'm not saying that like nothing against, but that's what I've had.
Yeah.
Several different men tell me like, you carry yourself with like this strength, and like we used to live on this island, right? I brought some land here on this island in a part of Esmeraldas where the damn Esmeralda people don't want to go. I used to have hell trying to catch a cab to get down there to the point where you got to cross over. And it's like on this little island, almost everybody's like related. And they'll tell me like, you the first gringa who's ever been here. And we lived there for 2 years, and they'd be like, by the time we end up leaving, they all, when they see me, hey gangster, hey gangster. Oh yeah. But then the mestizos and the ones that think that they're white, then they try to handle
Mm-hmm.
me a certain way, and then I have to
Mm-hmm.
learn them a little something.
Yeah.
I've definitely had that happen.
Yeah, there's ignorant people in every type of nationality, race, or whatever you want to call it, culture. Yeah.
Yeah. And even, yeah, because even here they'll be like, because the first city that we lived in was, I'm not gonna say like southern Ecuador, but it was like more south. Like where we are, Esmeralda is very close to, it's within a few hours of the northwest border of Colombia. So like that's like the legend, like the slave ship crash that they have no proof of somewhere in the Caribbean Sea. And they even got a legend that this island got formed out of a crashed slave ship.
No, I know what you're talking about. You're talking about the story of
Yeah,
how black folks got to Esmeralda, Ecuador, right?
exactly. And
Yeah,
then they'll sit
I'm
up
gonna
there and
debunk
say,
that. That's already like a video I was gonna do. I already have like I already planned. I have the
yeah,
sources. Like, there's nothing that
and they will
proves
tell you like,
that these people were African. Nothing proves that they came from Africa. A slave wreck, that doesn't mean that was African slaves. Just because that ship had a slave wreck, and that, you gotta understand, like that's the main story they say about almost
I,
every Spanish
I made
country.
a post a couple weeks ago on Instagram, and I was like, y'all should think about this. If Trump is threatening in 2025 with all the so-called money, all the technological advances to move people around, and he's only going as far as Central America, that should tell y'all something. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't know if you, yeah. Like if he's only talking about sending people to El Salvador, then more than likely we were only traveling through the Americans. If in 2025 that's as far as he's willing to go with it. Because right now we are in a period of things repeating themselves that people don't recognize that it doesn't have to be a circle, that it could be linear and knock that shit out. Because if you can't even sit down for very long, and then you're supposed to ride on a boat laying down and shit and piss for months, and then just jump up and be ready to be inspected and go to work, that don't even make sense.
So all the when it comes to Spanish countries and they have a large population of black folks, they always add this, oh, a slave ship wrecked here. That's why. Like it's the same story. So once you start seeing the pattern, you start seeing the bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So these slaves knew how to navigate too, right? They know how to drive ships, and but they crashed at the same time. Why did they have to
Right.
crash?
Because I'm like, a lot of these people are literally like, that's in their blood, being salesmen and boat.
Yeah.
Like I live along the coast, and every morning I'm seeing like it's still people that get up every morning, get in their boat, go catch fish.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and then when I lived on that island, we were in between the Esmeralda. It's set in between the Esmeraldas River, and like this, you know what I'm saying? You could see what the patterns of life is. So that's how I, like, just another reason why I know that's BS. Yeah, George W. Bell. And then the fact too that my daughter, my aunt, her last name is Patillo. Patillo. Patillo.
Cuchillo.
Patillo. And then it comes from, we could trace her back to one of the, was the 4 or the 9 Arkansas students. One of those was her great people who supposedly integrated the school systems from her dad's side. You just love getting loved on right now. Even though you be in them streets acting like a hoodlum little dog.
I think you got take you with
Then she's gonna have to be nice to the bunnies because I don't like the bunnies being on the roof all day. I like it when they're in the house.
have them as you can stay inside the house. Maybe not to be free.
Yeah, okay. She said I am not you.
But it's
I'm
not
a dog. I
backyard.
like to do
You can't get
dog
that.
things. She can't be in the backyard when I got laundry back there because she ignorant. She like to jump up and snatch the clothes off the line.
Where can
Hey, hey, we invented Mrs. Fields cookies. I just made that up right now and I'm claiming that I need my back money. Because in Costa Rica, do they have the mesquite and the garifuna too?
The what?
The mesquite tribe and the garifuna.
Mystic tribe, you said?
No, mesquite. Like mosquito.
Oh, the muisca, like that what you find in Ecuador and in
Okay.
Colombia. The muisca,
Yeah,
they
yeah,
are
yeah.
they are Chibchan related tribes to the Huetar, the people here in Costa Rica. They are the same people. The
Yeah.
Muisca and the Huetar, and they're all coming from like northern Venezuela jungles in ancient times.
hmm
Yeah,
But I I wish I wonder how far this will go because I'm like I still have a whole big calling to know this whole area right here. My children, they don't even want to go back to Northern America. They're like, we'll go some other places, the Caribbean or something, but they're not even trying to go back.
I think you would like Costa Rica. Everybody does. Now, like before, it was just the white folks and Europeans. Now, black folks are finding out, so they're moving over here finally.
Yeah, I had a friend go there a couple years ago during the pandemic. I remember and she got stuck. She was like stranded or whatever. But yeah, I don't know. I think I'd rather go to Venezuela. I have this big desire to go to Venezuela and certain parts of Colombia before I start going back up through Central America. But I actually want to do a like a road trip where I'm go from North to South America. And if anybody wants to volunteer to do their genealogy, hit this wonderful scribe up and y'all get together and don't get in trouble like I did for not knowing exactly and saying, well, I feel like in my soul, he doesn't care what your soul feels like. He wants to know facts. Even though my soul and my gut is matching up with the facts. But so you guys don't get in trouble. Try to get as much as you can. Yeah, I know. Aren't a lot of the not sanguinistas, but it's a lot. Some of the people that got caught up in the Iran Contra scandal, like hiding out in are banished to Costa Rica, where they can't come back to Nicaragua. That's what I was looking at yesterday. What are you guys doing? I want some watermelon. What was she doing? Being nosy?
So you didn't know on Julia Bell and her mom Jane Fields. You just found out. Well, I had Jane. It might be Porterfield, or it might just be Porter, her dad, and her mom Fields. So that's what I'm trying to figure out. I think that's what's going on here. So
I didn't know that, but I did know. Wait, she's Ernest Frank. Wait, which Ernest Frank? White? Because I know Julia was married to the Ernest Bank Frank Senior, right?
yeah,
And then his dad, cause was Frank something,
yes,
Frank
Frank Bennett.
Fraternus.
Yeah, Fraternus. Yeah,
Yeah, like what name is that? Like that's just crazy.
it sounds like Latin.
Mm-mm.
I don't know.
Right. That sounds like we finna help fuck
Greek,
some shit up.
Latin,
I
Greek,
ain't even gonna lie. It sounds like we might be the idea.
Emperor of
Like
Rome.
what?
Fratunus, Emperor of Rome.
Right. No, that's what it is. Okay.
No, I don't know. No, no, I'm just sounds Latin and stuff.
Right. It shit sound crazy.
Etowah. Etowah. Frank Bennett. Marion Perry, Alabama. Yeah, I had that Perry. Okay. So 8 years old here. So Frank at 8, Raif and Clem Bennett. Raif. That's what they're giving me, Raif and Clem. Okay.
Mm.
And then right here, 1930.
That's probably Ralph. Pronounced Ralph.
Yeah, maybe.
It's yeah.
But Ben, yeah. But maybe it is literally Raif in whatever country they're originating.
Yeah.
So you mean like no, you could be right, you're saying they could have spelled it wrong.
No, I'm just saying pronounced it Ralph
Okay. Let me see what it
and
says.
just left out the unnecessary letters.
Yeah. I usually go hmm, yeah, maybe that's how maybe they heard Ralph and that's how they thought it was spelled. And that's how they spelled it on the census. They put Raif, right, Raif, R-A-I.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean, currently names are spelled so crazy, so I
yeah. You're
wouldn't.
right. Could be
Yeah, and
Ralph.
that
Yeah,
does look. Yeah, that
yeah,
actually looks like Raif, like rape.
yeah.
That looks like an I. It has a dot above the line.
Yeah,
That is
that's
not
what
an L.
that's what I'm saying. But also the census taker could have spelled it however she thought it was spelled. You know,
Exactly. That's what I was saying about also
maybe
like
they
how
had
they were labeling
a
people.
heavy accent like how Keisha yesterday. I was having a hard time with her accent, her Mississippi Southern. You know, she would say something and like to me it sounds like a D or it could be an R and or vice versa, and I'm just like, oh, well, hold on, you know. So they could have been Ralph,
Okay.
Ralph, Ralph, and they just wrote it how they thought what they thought they were saying.
Right. Just like my grandpa Bertram's name is spelled. It's spelled several different ways. Because that one with the B-E is not how his name is spelled. It's spelled with the B-I.
Yeah,
But I know it's him because I could compare the records.
I'll put slash Ralph just in case. Yeah, you might be right.
Okay. Because I had like done, I'm not going to say like this far, but I at least had like as far as like my grandma could take me back with her dad and as far as people were telling me and then just stuff I was finding on the internet. But I never did put it. I hadn't gotten to the stage where I'm so. That's why I'm so very thankful for you. Like I'm very thankful. Yeah, their ice won't have no chance. Thank you. Thank you, Maria. Thank you. And I have 6 children, so I need them to know this information, at least this part. And they can add their own, their dad side. Somebody named Buster. That's hilarious. Like during certain time periods, you could tell which names are like popular. Like when I went to school, there was a bunch of white girls named Jennifer and Tiffany. That is the craziest name.
Okay. So we are up to like all the people I have here in general, like I'm like really for sure about, right? So we got all the way up to your third grade
Okay.
grandparents. And let me see. Three over there. There's 185 people on your tree right now. 185 people.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So I know we're not
And
done. We're not done for sure. Like we're probably gonna have
I know the hat behind.
yeah,
So keep going.
yeah,
Got
we're gonna
Walden.
I mean they a lot of them keep going. A lot of them keep going. It keeps going. And we're getting to that
Wow.
threshold.
See, yeah.
We're or even on your dad's side. So we got the lows here. There's a couple things we just gotta verify. I haven't checked these yet, but yeah. So
I
what I
see
want to
that
do,
all the green stuff at the top is all like the stuff that's been getting added, like what
yeah,
Ancestry has.
yeah,
Yeah.
those are familiar names.
Um, I'm gonna say yeah, but it's just amazing to see like, what stuff is linking for that, path for me to take to look into to check it out and see if it verifies. And that's exciting. You're giving me a lot of homework.
Yep. So what we're gonna do is we definitely got like a lot of more hours to go on your tree, to get to past some of the second grade grandparents and the third grade grandparents. We're gonna try to get past. We already got fourth grade grandparents popping up. We're gonna definitely continue this in another session for sure. Because
Okay.
it's already been 5 hours literally. And
Okay. Okay.
so want to make sure people kind of like want to sit down and actually take the time to watch them and learn and then if they have family members. So we're gonna start a whole. If you want, like we can record the other session too. Like we don't have to do it public, but we can record it and I can just highlight what we find after this, so people can see all where we ended up and all these
Okay,
lines.
that's fine.
Now
And is this gonna be available for a rewatch? Like, is it gonna be in their past lives,
it's
like
live. Yeah,
yesterday's one?
yeah.
Okay,
This is gonna be
it's
live.
gonna be in your archive.
It's gonna be on my live
Okay,
videos. Yeah, and
yeah.
I'm
Okay,
gonna
so
invite
then I
you.
could see.
Okay, give me. Actually, I do have your email, don't I? Hold on. I'm gonna send it to Mariah James one, the too dope
Yep,
at Rocket Mail.
yep,
Okay.
yep.
So what I'm doing is I'm gonna send you the editor access to this tree, so you can be able to access it and go through it.
Okay.
Okay, and so you should have got
And
that
it's
by
from
email.
there that I can find all the family members that it was linking to, right? Like
Every
how, the people are like, you could contact me, I'm willing to help.
Oh
Lena
yeah,
Love,
yeah,
I'm gonna look
yeah.
for her
So
social
so
media.
so
Yeah.
go to yeah. So like for instance, if you go to somebody's account like this, you'll see up here Danny, the account, right? And you just click on them and you can message all of them, right? So this is what you will see, right? And
And
you
that's
just
so funny because Ecuador is low key at war with Mexico. they're sweating each other out right now.
hmm,
Mexico and Ecuador. Like the first breach ever of a consulate was done by Ecuador, ran up in the Mexico consulate here to
wow,
take out some ex candidate that Mexico was giving safety to. I forget the word. But yeah, and they ran up in there. This fucking president they got now is fucking nuts. The nigga's crazy.
wow.
That nigga be high as hell off his own supply. You can see it in his eyes every time you look at his crazy ass, just like Elon. Yeah, he be high as hell.
That guy
He
looks
be trying
weird.
to
That guy.
lie, like,
So
dude, you are high. Because people don't know Pablo didn't get his first batch of cocaine from Colombia. He came to Ecuador and got that shit.
so
It's fact.
tune. I want to tell people to like. I know they probably want to see more, like where it ends up. The juicy stuff, right? We're getting to the juicy stuff, right? So
Right.
like she said, if she agrees, I'll pre-record the next session, and then I can upload that, and we can go over the highlights, what we found, so you guys are not just sit here watching me go through all the hints and everything. uh it'll be a quicker video, but we'll spotlight everything, all the highlights. And yeah, that would be cool. So I appreciate anybody that tuned in live, and hopefully this helps, enjoy it. And if you're related, reach out to her. If you want to put your email on the chat or something way they can contact you, go ahead. If not, no worries.
Right. And don't forget to change the thumbnail. The spelling is wrong.
What thumbnail?
The thumbnail for the
Oh, the Bennett.
episode 26. Yeah,
Bennett.
the
Yeah.
Bennett.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Hopefully I have that window open.
Yeah,
But
well, if not, you'll get over it because I know what you're talking about.
yeah, I did put it on the title, like on the text on the video, so I'll put the correct
Okay.
spelling. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. And but I appreciate you very much volunteering and making time to do this with me and helping everybody else. And I hope I was able to help you a lot. And I think I found a lot of your ancestors that you never knew. So
You
hopefully,
did.
okay. Hopefully this is something that
It's
you
not a
can.
hope. This is a blessing. You've
Okay.
been nothing but a blessing, and I'm very thankful.
All right. That's good. That's great. That's all I want to hear. And just
Y
make sure
ahorita
people are
es
happy.
tiempo para sacar comida. Tengo hambre.
Yeah, we gotta. Actually, I had to. Well, I gotta do things on my day. I had to like today's my soccer day. I go play soccer for about an hour
Okay.
on Wednesdays. So that's like where I get my cardio in, and just my extracurriculum activities.
Mm-hmm.
This is literally how I would, instead of having a big, I gotta go run and exercise, I just go play soccer, and I just run there. So
Yeah.
yeah, so I'm
You'll
gonna do
see
that
plenty
today.
of families here at the beach just playing soccer. Like
Oh, you saw that?
it's
Okay.
it's nothing to find a soccer game going at the beach. And at one time, we had a soccer ball where we would go to the beach and play. To one of our last dogs ate it. Like
Yeah.
we haven't brought another one since then. But yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Usually, I give the beach a stroll in the morning and take the dogs out for a walk.
Yeah. So yeah, keep in touch, and try to get if you find any new info on the things that we left blank, just let me know.
I'm gonna email it to you.
Yeah, exactly. And then we'll schedule like another session to
Okay.
finish, and we'll do a pre-recording that time. That way we're not so just live or whatever.
Okay.
Okay,
That's cool.
cool.
Me.
All right, well, thank you for volunteering, and you have a great rest of your day. All right.
Thank you, and thank you everybody in the chat for joining us and lending your energy. I really appreciate that.
Yes, exactly. We're gonna go out now with probably like a little beat, a little hip hop beat, just to end it. So again, appreciate everybody that came through. Much love and respect. Pura vida, mi gente. Wow. Wow.